never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, as the Big Moose said, let's get it started. Here we go. All right, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. As we work our way into a Friday, everybody getting set for the weekend, right? Making big plans, Mother's Day weekend. A lot of folks are going to be going out for dinner Sunday. You better have a reservation. That's all I know. Mother's Day, it gets crazy at the restaurants. Kind of like the Mexican restaurants where this past day, my wife, my mom had this brainstorm of, let's go up and get some Mexican. They've got half-price margaritas for Cinco de Mayo. They get up there. And people that had been in line for 2 hours already and still hadn't been served. It's like, never mind. That's what it's going to be like on Mother's Day Sunday. Of course, Kentucky Derby weekend, right? Derby Day, Saturday. You have to take a look at that Louisville forecast. Undoubtedly, they're looking at some rain and possibly even some heavy rain in the Louisville area again later today. The hope is by Saturday afternoon, the heaviest rains will have pushed on out. The hope again is track conditions will be drying. Makes a big difference when you've got a sloppy track, which is not a fast track, versus a dry track. I'll give you more on the Travelers' weather coming up here. Of course, Mother's Day also. Mother's Day Convoy. Will we set another record? Hopes are to reach potentially 700 trucks as the Mother's Day Convoy, for the first time in several years due to COVID, like everything else, will be back in full swing. It's the same deal for the Derby. They are back in full swing this year. So looking for a big capacity crowd there in Louisville. In other words, there's going to be a lot of folks traveling as well, heading that direction. I guess a lot of that will be taking place today. Folks probably on the road as we speak heading there because it's a whole weekend event. And you've got actually Friday night, you got the prelude to Saturday's Kentucky Derby. More on that coming up here. Good news tonight, we're not seeing nearly as much as severe weather is concerned for our travelers out there. There are still a few strong thunderstorm cells, some severe thunderstorm warnings. Do not have any tornado watches. Actually, don't even have any severe thunderstorm watches in place, but I am looking at a couple of strong cells there in south central, southeast Arkansas. A couple of severe cells warned there. A couple of cells there back into parts of eastern Texas as well. The bulk of the heavy rain, though, now stretching Louisiana. You've got a lot of rain, the southern half of Louisiana. Some of those are pretty strong, but not reaching severe limits at this hour. Let's see, north central and western portions of Alabama, a lot of rain. Some of that stretching on up into south central Tennessee. Kentucky's pretty good tonight. You've got a few sprinkles here and there. Southeast Kentucky, a few showers there. You got to get on up to, say, from about Columbus, Ohio, north and east. From Columbus on up to Cleveland and even back into Detroit. A lot of rain there, but it's your general shower activity, not even severe, not even thunderstorm activity. Now you get further to the west, that's the system that's going to be pushing toward Louisville later today. A lot of rain stretching from, it gets started in Lincoln, Nebraska. Showers, you've got showers, spotty showers through Kansas City, down into southeastern Kansas and southwestern portions of Missouri. Rain in Springfield, Missouri at this hour. There's a community of Seminole, Oklahoma. They've been ripped apart by two separate tornado events in a matter of 3 days' time. Had the multi-tornado outbreak Wednesday evening. Lots of structural damage and power outages to the city there. Seminole's about 60 miles southeast of Oklahoma City. First hit with a tornado a little before 8 o'clock Monday evening, spooking the folks there with the eerie atmosphere, leading to downed buildings in the area. It's a small community, just over 7,000 residents. 2 days later, 2 nights later, the city becomes entrenched in severe weather once again as 2 additional tornadoes struck the area. The first being about 6:45 Central Time, with the tornado's immediate aftermath striking right at the heart of the city. Damage reports within an hour of the storm contain mentions of downed power lines, roofs blown off of homes and businesses, a local radio tower being bent over. One set of folks, residents that spoke to KOCO in Oklahoma City, said the roof had been blown off their auto repair shop as well as their home. Then just almost exactly 2 hours later, the second tornado of the evening touching the ground, about 10 till 9 Central Time, after the area was already shaken from the prior hour's damage. Now, Seminole County was not able to even sound the tornado sirens due to the outage of power, which led to a very dangerous situation for those needing to seek safety. Speaking to the Seminole County Undersheriff about the situation, a KOCO reporter stated that there are no injury reports. There were instances of residents being trapped after the first tornado touched down. Those trapped were able to get out safely. The report also stated the downtown portion of the city was actually the hardest hit area with all that chaos. The tornado's strength has become apparent through several accounts from the ground, showing even brick buildings completely torn apart. That's a strong tornado. Among several other scary scenes in the city, the high school campus reported as damaged post-tornado. There's another local school, the Academy of Seminole, stated that the school took a direct hit from that tornado. A damage assessment were to be done on the campus over the remainder of the week. I guess they were out this past day. Will be out again here on Friday. The message they were sending out from the academy said, please do not come to the school. It is extremely dangerous. Everyone who was at the school is safe. So that second wave of damage, part of the outbreak in the central states this week, one that dropped tornadoes in Paducah, Texas, as well as Dickens, Texas, Wednesday afternoon. Wednesday evening had a tornado causing damage on the northeast side of Lockett, Texas. Tornado observed just outside of Maud, Oklahoma as well, 60 miles east of Oklahoma City. Tornadoes had sprung up elsewhere in the southern plains, Crowell, Texas, northwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The National Weather Service said the storm chasing in the area Wednesday evening, and there was an AccuWeather report that actually intercepted a twister roaring past the wind turbines. The turbines were not severely damaged, but what are we looking at for our Friday? Right on the heels of a very volatile week, as we just mentioned. The overall magnitude of storms today should not be quite as intense as what we saw in Oklahoma and parts of Texas there on Wednesday. The area at risk does cover a large portion of the U.S. for the upcoming day, stretching from southeastern Louisiana northward all the way into Kentucky, then eastward almost to the I-95 corridor. Areas stretching from parts of Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas, Virginia will all experience a moderate threat for severe weather today. Friday into Friday evening could also feature severe weather from the Gulf Coast all the way into southern West Virginia as this cold front continues eastward, flooding, downpours, hail, and damaging winds, potentially up to 75 miles per hour, according to AccuWeather. Now, there could be a few tornadoes scattered about with the severe weather in the threat zone. Perhaps the greatest risk of a tornado, southern Virginia and northern North Carolina, areas to stay alert today. Another zone from upstate South Carolina through west central Georgia and the east central portions of Alabama. Just like what occurred on Wednesday in Oklahoma. Storms that move over the same area repeatedly, obviously increasing the risk of flooding. This can occur even in locations that do not get hail or tornadoes or the damaging winds. All right, forecasters say motorists, be aware, do not attempt to drive through flooded roadways. Difficult to tell how deep the water actually is. And we had a potential tornado strike the Whispering Pines RV Park in Rusk County, Texas this past afternoon, Thursday afternoon. Vehicles damaged, some flipped. This RV park just off US 259, about 40 miles southeast of Tyler, Texas. The sheriff there said damage from the tornado was mostly south of the Durgan community. It seemed to run parallel to the east side of State Highway 43. So as we look ahead, a quieter day expected as we begin the weekend, stretching from South Dakota to Nebraska. Yeah, you may see some stronger storms maybe early on Saturday, but much of that zone from Texas through the Mississippi Valley, finally we'll see an extended period of dry and even some sunshine, sunny conditions. But hang on, are you ready for the first heat wave of the season? Right on the heels of the cold front, next week, the season's first heat wave will unfold with highs forecast to reach well into the 90s, even near 100 degrees in parts of Texas for several days. So we'll give you more on, yes, the year's first heat wave is brewing for the south central states. Going to suddenly feel like mid-summer temperatures. I don't think most of you will be complaining about that. I've had enough of the cold, right? Well, welcome into a Friday. Hey, today we're going to this is going to be our final day of our contest with the $1,000 daily driver bonus that's been ongoing since about the 4th of April. We got things fired up there that Monday morning. So I've got our keywords. 4 final keywords will come your way today. We'll give you a couple of those here during our program this morning. Your chance at $1,000 and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. That $10,000 prize will be drawn coming up next Monday at the high noon hour. TNCradio.live. That's where you'll go to enter your keywords as we roll into a Friday. Hello to Roger, first out of the box via Facebook. Gilligan on board via YouTube. Zorro, yes, the end of my week. Good morning from Central Florida with 75 degrees. We hit 02 yesterday. All right, thank you, Richard. Hello, Steve, and all the listeners out there. Heat wave checking in from Needles, California, getting ready for the trip to Tracy, California. Just a tad bit warm out here. All right, Heavy D on board. Welcome aboard to the overnight drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking out there. Yeah, Richard said he said 02. Yeah, it was 92. 92 is what they hit this past day. Hot day in Florida, wasn't it? Yeah, get ready for your heat wave. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive listeners. Finally, Friday. Everybody keep it shiny side up out there. Have a good weekend. We've got 59 here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. I guess it's going to be the rain off and on the next couple of days. But on a brighter note, the wife finally got her car back from the body shop from hitting those deer about a month and a half ago. Boy, it took them a long time to get it fixed, huh? Todd checks in. Hello, Overnight Drive Nation. Hope everybody has a good night. God bless. And everybody be safe. Cookie is on board. Sleepless tonight. Can't sleep. Sleepless in Shelby County. There's Bradley. Morning, Steve, in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. No turkey on my hunting trip last week. I'm going to give it another shot this weekend. All right, maybe better luck this time around. Eric checking in from Las Vegas this morning. Good to have you on board. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. There's Larry as usual. Morning from Beulahville, North Carolina with 69 degrees. Heading down to Southport, North Carolina to the Lowe's Home Improvement Store there. That's Billy this morning. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion. Bull hauler on board. Morning, Steve. 51 with some rain here in Peru, Illinois. Headed for the corn patch in a high-speed cow truck tonight. Shout out to the Hall of Fame Carolina Monkey Gouger from the land of Lincoln. Copy in the mail, Chevy guy there. Tank checks in from Elk City, Oklahoma. 58 tonight, eastbound and down as we head toward the home 20. Truck safe. Have a blessed day to all out there. Larry says, good morning. Gerald on board. Diesel shortages in the Northeast. That's what I'm hearing. This is true, he says. Okay. I'll try to get more details. I haven't heard anything about shortages. I've heard about the incredibly high prices. There in the Northeast, you saw an 80 cents per gallon jump over the period from Monday of this week to the previous Monday. Just looking at some of those $6+ per gallon diesel prices there in the Northeast. Hello to Kentucky Ken, morning overnight drive crew, and Steve Sommers in Louisville. One more afternoon and night. Then it's back to northern Kentucky. Safe travels to all. Kentucky Ken listening in. Now, there's Deborah on board this morning. It's been a soggy day here in the Hoosier. Tell the princess happy Mother's Day. Hoping my special person, stays safe this morning, as well as all the drivers out there. And everybody have a great weekend. Rock pick on board. Hello to our truck drivers, third shift workers, and fellow insomniacs. Thanks, Hot Shot Secret. It's 49 degrees, partly cloudy in Rochester, New York, where I'm working on a bucket of Neapolitan ice cream. A bucket? Enjoy that, okay? Who else we got? Buckeye Boy checking in, as usual, from Ackworth, Georgia, 71 at this hour. Headed over to the mom's tomorrow. Take her out to lunch for Mother's Day. She's a huge Braves fan. So we got her a necklace celebration, celebrating their world championship, and a funny card. Saturday, we're watching the granddaughters play baseball. Then Sunday, we'll be doing something with the wife's son and his family. You just got it all planned out for the weekend, huh? Anyway, got the oil change today on my truck. I talked to my mechanic about the great results I was getting from the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator and Everyday Diesel Treatment. He was very interested in the Stiction Eliminator and the Gasoline Extreme for his race car and pickup that has over 200,000 miles on it. I wondered if Kyle could tell me what the best for him to use in his engine. It's pretty new, slightly modified 350. Anyway, have a great night, super weekend, and everybody be careful out there. Yeah, Kyle, as a matter of fact, will be joining us this morning, first Friday here in the month of May, which typically would be the boss man, Chris Gabrelchik. Chris is on the road traveling here as we head into the Mother's Day weekend, so Kyle's going to be filling in. He'll join us coming up here shortly. Meanwhile, if you want to jump in, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
24 hours ago, looking at the headlines about, well, what an awesome day it was on the stock market. How did that happen Wednesday? I was more than confused after the Fed increased the interest. It was the half-point interest rate hike, which everyone kind of knew was coming. Only question was it going to be a half a point, 3/4 of a point? There was a bit of a question there, but on the heels of that, a big rally on the stock market. Just, to me, it defied all logic. But the house of cards comes tumbling back down on Thursday. Stocks plunging with treasuries, a violent reversal from the reaction to the Fed's decision as traders are really concerned that they're going to struggle to fight inflation. And there's more concern about the threat of a recession. Just one day after notching the biggest rally in 2 years, the S&P 500 tumbled more than 95% of the companies lower. In a sign of just how volatile the markets have been amid the Fed's tightening campaign, this was a 3.6% rout. Only the worst since last Friday, headed into last weekend. The NASDAQ 100 suffered one of the sharpest U-turns ever. That tech benchmark plunged about 5%, wiping out its post-Fed gains. A sell-off of long-end treasuries pushed the 10-year yield above 3% as the dollar climbed. What's the big to-do here? Well, there's true doubt that the policymakers are going to be able to calm this runaway inflation, the runaway prices. It's rocking the markets. The prospect of stagflation is the word, has investors very unsettled by pushing back on a jumbo hike of 3/4 of a point in June. The Fed Chairman Jerome Powell kind of beat back traders' most aggressive predictions. It's still a very bumpy road ahead. A lot of economic data and global developments that could seed additional doubts about the central bank's approach here. Today, Friday's jobs report is expected to show solid payroll growth and wages holding at exceptionally high levels. But there's the enduring source of inflationary pressures. Some of the comments here, first from Boken Capital Partners. I expected some sell-off, but the great puking that's happening, I did not expect. I remember what capitulation feels like. This kind of feels like capitulation when everything, even the good names, are getting barfed out. Speaking about the stock market. Let's see. Portfolio manager at Kingsview Investment says it's going to be incredibly difficult for the Fed to normalize interest rates without having a negative impact on growth in earnings. So stock prices are too high if we're going to see a flattening or a decline in earnings per share. One final note here, the global head of the currency strategy at Brown Brothers Harriman. Make no mistake, the Fed is in the early stages of what we believe will be a very aggressive tightening cycle. Markets did not take too well to that this past day. All right, see what's going on out there. Is that Gilligan? Hey there, happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday, Steve. I've got a traffic report for you. About the 139-mile marker in Virginia, I-81 North. They're picking up a truck and got it up on its wheels and went in the median, but they haven't got it winched up out of the median to put it on the hook yet. Right as I went through there about 20 minutes ago, there was about a 4-mile backup.
Wow.
Now, you can get off at the 132 and go around it, but it's a little slow going around there. It's a little tricky getting back to 81, but if you stay on 11, it'll bring you out on 581 in Roanoke, but it's going to take you a while to go that way. There's a better way to get back, but I can't remember what the route number is off of that, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Back to 81 to get above the break. I've been through there. I know where the intersection is, but I can't tell you exactly what the route number is. On a side note, I have a lot of your listeners are friends of mine on Facebook. I was hacked yesterday morning. I had to reopen another Facebook account, so if you get a friend request from me or see mine, Chris Orndorff, got big names of Gilligan and Pedro. Pedro's a name from when I was a kid. If you see Lisa Wendy get a woman's picture on the profile that looks like my profile, because some of the posts on it, yes, somebody went in, hacked me, changed the name, changed the contact information and everything, and I can no longer access my old profile. So I figured I'd give you all a heads up.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what people get out of that, but I guess they get something out of it.
I question the same thing when it comes to a social media page. Big Ed, when he got hacked a few weeks ago, we were talking about it, and I think the one thing that they're looking for is for people who actually maybe do some of the gaming and whatnot, things that you actually put a credit card on your Facebook. Yeah, that's that they're trying to get your financial stuff is what they're trying to get.
Yeah, well, I don't do any of that, so I don't have to worry about that. All right, Steve, well, thank you very much. Thank you for taking my call. Maybe I'll try to call back in later.
All right, good to have you with us. Have a safe night. Thanks for the heads up there. All right, got to get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on a Friday morning.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
As Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine continues and the United States continues to send weapons to Ukraine, reporters at a briefing with Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby are wondering if there will be a strain on U.S. stockpiles as it looks ahead to protecting Taiwan from a possible Chinese invasion. Secretary Kirby says the short answer to that is no.
That support, which we continue to provide, does not affect in any way our obligations under the Taiwan Relations Act or the other ways in which we're supporting Taiwan.
The United States is reporting signs of activity near a North Korean nuclear test site. However, it's unknown if North Korea just placed nuclear material in one of the tunnels there. If Kim Jong-un's government conducts the test, it would be North Korea's 7th underground nuclear test. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty quality half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, wake up, wake up. I bet you're sitting on the lounge chair. Fell asleep. Let the dog out, take a whiz, dial us up. I'm leaving a message for Kyle. I guarantee he gets in the living room, turns on the boob tube, just kind of sits back and relaxes. He may have set his alarm. I know he's planning to be with us. He linked that up. Join Kyle Fisher tonight at the midnight hour. Yeah, he's snoozing. He'll wake up here. That's classic. Hey, I did a quick search there because, as I said, I had not heard anything about the shortages in the Northeast. All I had heard, and obviously has seen and reported on, is the dramatic jump in the price of diesel in the Northeast. You're paying California-like prices in the Northeast right now. I hadn't seen what the deal was. After a little searching, I find last week, apparently, East Coast inventories of diesel plunged to the lowest seasonal levels since government records started more than 30 years ago. There's not a whole lot of diesel in the Northeast, apparently. The shortage caused a crisis in the diesel market, sending wholesale and retail diesel prices to an all-time high. Diesel today is more expensive in America than it was in 2008. And if you recall, back in 2008, the price of crude hit nearly $150 per barrel. It's nowhere near that right now. Right now, running about 105. It did hit 110 this past day. But as we know, diesel is the workhorse of the global economy. It's used everywhere to keep the trucks and the tractors and the trains and the factories moving, which means the increase in the price is just going to run up even further global inflationary pressures, from central bank interest rates to supermarket prices. A lot hinges on diesel. All right, Tuesday of this week, average U.S. retail diesel prices posted the 5th consecutive daily record, surging above $5.30 per gallon, up nearly 75% from a year ago. This is the worst on the eastern seaboard, where diesel retails now for more than $6 per gallon, nearly double the price from a year ago. Apparently, the oil tanks in New York Harbor are nearly empty. For reasons both global and local around the world, diesel is in short supply as demand has surged above the pre-COVID levels. A boom in freight. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has tightened flows even further. Washington has banned imports of Russian petroleum, and at the same time, the United States has become the barrel provider of last resort for many Latin American countries, with exports of gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel running at unusually high levels. But there's a local problem as well. East Coast refining capacity has plunged over the last 10 years, leaving the entire region vulnerable to squeezes. In the past 15 years, the number of refineries on the East Coast is half of what it was. We're down to just 7. And those closures have reduced the oil processing capacity to just 818,000 barrels per day, down from 1.64 million barrels per day in 2009. So in the last 12 years, literally half the ability, as regional demand is stronger. And the problem's even worse than those numbers suggest, because several refineries are operating well below their typical capacity right now. For example, the Paulsboro refinery near Philadelphia is not running several units that could make diesel. Their owner last week said that even if it wanted to operate them, it would probably struggle to do so at worthwhile capacity because they cannot import the semi-refined oil feedstock that they used to from Russia. Also, Canadian refineries that once supplied the refineries have also closed in recent years, making the shortages even worse. The diesel shortfall is nearing crisis levels. In the wholesale market, so-called ultra-low sulfur diesel in New York Harbor last week changed hands for a record level of $5.85 per gallon, equal to $245 per barrel. Oil aficionados joking that ultra-low sulfur diesel actually stood for ultra-low supply of diesel, ULSD. With diesel prices at a record high, refineries are trying to produce the most they can. The financial incentive is there. The diesel crack margin, which is a simplified measure of the profit available for turning a barrel of crude into diesel, surged on Monday to a record $73.05 per barrel. Now, the average from the year 2000 to the year 2020 for the diesel crack was at like $15.70 per barrel. So it's like 5 times right now. Any refiner who knows anything about this business, and most of them do, is doing everything in their power to turn every drop of gasoline into a gallon of jet fuel or diesel. While that may alleviate the diesel and jet fuel supply crisis, it may then spell trouble for the gasoline market in the next few weeks, just as demand starts to ramp up for the summer driving season. In the U.S., Washington may need to intervene ahead of next winter, if not immediately, as diesel is used for both transportation and heating. And at current prices, many families in the Northeast may struggle with heating bills. Now, starting back in 2012, 10 years ago, the government did set up a strategic reserve of 1 million barrels of ultra-low sulfur distillate fuel to address a crisis like this. New York Harbor holds 300,000 barrels on behalf of the Department of Energy, with another 300,000 in Connecticut, another 400,000 in Boston. It's not a lot, but drawing on those reserves would actually help. Tapping those barrels to curb the escalating diesel prices is now becoming a question of when, not if, almost as though they're going to have to tap into that. So that's the breakdown there. I did not realize that. So I guess, are you finding some pumps that are actually dry? Are they rationing sales to like 60 gallons and things of that nature like we've seen in other areas when you reach crisis scenario in the Northeast? Any ideas, any details for our friends there in that region? Our number is 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get back to your calls in 2 here on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up. And going going 1,500 miles on a full tank, well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, are you ready for a heat wave? Well, ready or not, there's one a brewing. Forecasters tell us temperatures that are typical of midsummer are about to expand across much of the Central Plains, the Ohio Valley, and even the Great Lakes region, even part of the interior Northeast, all next week. Not only will it suddenly feel like the weather just jumped forward by about 2 months in much of the central states, a substantial heat wave is going to unfold in the south central region as temperatures will run as much as 25 degrees above normal. Once we reach the peak of the heat wave, widespread highs in the 90s will become common in portions of Texas. The heat will be especially intense as the mercury is going to top out in the triple digits, close to 100 degrees or more. And that extreme heat may last for several days, many days, from Texas and Oklahoma to Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee. This pattern is going to be brought on by a massive atmospheric traffic jam across the U.S., where weather systems cause their routine west to east motion to stall. We'll see a large storm and a big dip in the jet stream that's going to stall along the Atlantic coast, while a similar jet stream configuration develops over the northern Rockies next week. In other words, over the central portions of the country, that big bulge in the jet stream will develop, and it's going to strengthen, which tends to tone down any shower or thunderstorm activity. So you'll see days, many days of sunshine, and temperatures begin to soar. 90-degree temperatures will expand from southern Texas through much of the Lone Star State as we head into the weekend here. Highs forecast to be from the mid-90s to lower 100s as we move through this weekend. I mean, through early May, there have only been a couple of days where temperatures have been warm or hot levels over the south central portions of the country. Yeah, we did see Brownsville, Texas, all the way down at the southern tip, hit 104 degrees back in last month. Omaha topped 90 on April the 12th. Yeah, Nashville and St. Louis have not yet hit the 90-degree mark yet this year. That will be coming to an end soon. Now, they tell us in Houston, as well as many other locations in Texas, record highs may be challenged on a daily basis starting today or Saturday. Most of the record highs in Houston at this point of the year would be the mid-90s. Meanwhile, record highs of 100 and 102, respectively, on Saturday and Sunday may be broken in San Antonio. Dallas, you may hit a daily record in the mid-90s, equaled or topped each day, starting Saturday through Sunday, Monday, Tuesday of next week. Wow, we're warming up. Nashville, St. Louis, you could hit 90 for the first time this year, Monday, when the record highs that have held for that date since the Great Depression era may be challenged. Record high for Nashville, May the 9th, which is next Monday, 90 degrees that was set in 1936. The record for St. Louis on that same day would be 92 that was set in 1934. Both of those could be shattered with this upcoming heat wave. All right, so all of a sudden we're going to be putting the long sleeve shirt. Hell, I've got a sweater on tonight. It's 57 outside the secret bunker. Not too bad, but yeah, just a little cool out there. But that's going to be changing. All of a sudden we're going to be taking the heat very seriously, especially for those that are working outdoors. Springtime is here, the outdoor construction season. Yeah, roofers are typically busy this time of year. All right, so yeah, get ready. Soon after the weather in the Midwest improves this weekend, temperatures are going to jump early next week. Widespread highs, 70s, 80s, even a few 90s are possible here in the Midwest next week. We're talking temperatures within a few degrees of 80 all the way up into the Chicago area, starting Monday through Friday, literally the entire week next week. In Detroit, highs within a few degrees of 80 are likely from Wednesday through Saturday of next week. I mean, normal highs in those areas would be in the upper 60s this time of year. Yeah, the warmth will even reach around the stubborn storm that's going to be parked over the Atlantic by next week. 70-degree temperatures are possible as far north as James Bay, Canada, Burlington, Vermont, and Caribou, Maine. Multiple days with highs well into the 70s are likely. Some locations may even touch 80 for a couple of days next week. All right, get ready. Construction, agricultural projects that's been held up due to the frequent rain may finally get an opportunity to proceed next week. I know there are some areas where the farmers really need the fields to begin drying out. Looks like you've got a stretch of decent weather to get out there and start working the fields coming up. Hey, what's going on? Speaking of heat wave, well, there he is. Morning, heat wave. We're taking your name in vain here.
Yes, y'all are. That's all right. Hey, it ain't my fault. Good morning, senor.
Morning.
You know, when Trump was in office, you know what you heard from the left? It was God's punishment upon Trump for not believing in climate change when all this bad weather was hitting the states during his time in office. Where are they now? Is it because Biden says, oh, I believe in that hoax, and giving money to the World Health or whoever to fight this so-called climate change?
Right. And
Is
of course,
it because,
why did he shut down the Keystone Pipeline? Why did he mandate, no more drilling on federal lands? All those things he did on day one. It was all in the name of battling climate change. And now what we're looking at crisis for diesel fuel. And it's only going to get worse.
And when I was going through the central and western part of New Mexico on 40, prices of diesel were anywhere from $5.63 to $5.74 a gallon. It's, when I come up through southern New Mexico last Sunday, I seen that at one of the Loves there in Belen, New Mexico, $5.63, and I thought, oh, that can't be right. Man, the Democrats have something in common with a jackass. They're stubborn.
Yeah.
And when it is their fault, they will not admit their mistake. What are they going to do? Let's throw more money into something. Well, throwing more money into something is what got us this high interest rate, and the oh, hell, I can't even think of the word now. Causing everything to go up in price. I mean, stop spending money. Stop it. Best way to do it is put that border wall up and stop the $9 billion a year it takes to just take care of the people that are coming over now. I mean, if we're getting 6,000 people a month or a day or however much it is.
Yep,
I mean, it is
yep.
going to go up that much more when Title 42 gets repealed, and 18,000 a day estimated coming across. No, let's spend that money on the border wall. I mean, if we're going to be spending money to help the Ukrainians, and I think we should, because Russia is the aggressor, to protect Ukrainian borders and their sovereignty, why in the hell can't we do that here for us? I do not understand it, other than the fact that they're trying to bring in more of their supporters. But I think the more they do that, the more folks are going to be alienated, and it is going to be a red
wave,
tidal wave
red
coming
tsunami.
in. You know, yes, there you go. So anyway, yeah, that's about it. I'm about ready to head out the doors here from the motel and get in that slow 63-mile-an-hour truck. I just enjoy driving at night because the programming is better, and at 63 at night, things come at you a little bit faster than it does during the daytime. So with that, senor, I'm going to let you go, and we'll holler at y'all later.
All right, get out there, see where you can bottleneck up some traffic, Heat Wave. Have a good weekend. All right, what are we, about a minute before news update, top of the hour. And, of course, it's 844-844-3388 here on a Friday, TGIF. Saw a post, somebody questioning, has Mannheim made any tweaks or adjustments for the schedule this weekend for the auction? I guess they're referring to the possibility of some weather issues. Let's see, Horse Feathers, he sent me the latest forecast for Mannheim here a few hours ago, and I mean, it's not looking all that bad. It's going to be cool. Yeah, Sunday, May the 8th, Mother's Day, 25% chance of precip, a high temperature forecast of 52 degrees. So cool, considerable morning clouds, then off and on clouds, and maybe a few peaks of sun in the afternoon, albeit a little chilly. That's not too bad. News break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Stocks take a nosedive after the best day since 2020. At the closing bell, the Dow losing 1,063 points to close at 32,997. The sharp drop comes one day after a rally on Wednesday following the Fed Reserve's announcement that it was going to raise interest rates. As far as inflation and supply chain issues that are still affecting everything, former Home Depot and Chrysler head Bob Nardelli has some ideas to help.
Let's get the ports resolved, the port issues resolved. We've got hundreds of container ships.
At least 3 people are dead who were stabbed to death in Tel Aviv, Israel, after a possible terrorist attack. Police are still looking for the suspect. The attack comes 1 month after another terrorist attack in the city. USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of just
$12.50 each delivered.
That's right.
$12.50 each delivered.
While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN, buy coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt is touring tornado damage. A charter school in the town of Seminole took a direct hit.
There was a nice shelter there, and then when they came out, the whole roof was destroyed and all the outbuildings were turned over.
Seminole is about 50 miles southeast of Oklahoma City. It was hit with its third tornado of the week. Overnight storms damaged 2 schools, a marijuana farm, and other buildings. There was flooding, but the governor says there are no reports of serious injuries. The co-inventor of the implantable defibrillator has passed away.
Dr. Martin Mower, a former Maryland-based cardiologist who helped invent an automatic implantable defibrillator, has died at the age of 89. Mower and Dr. Michael Mirowski began working in 1969 on developing the miniature defibrillator.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A state is continuing to look at who received unemployment benefits during the pandemic.
Michigan's embattled unemployment insurance agency is dealing with more fraud. Officials say 55,000 more unemployment claimants who were overpaid during Governor Gretchen Whitmer's COVID-19 shutdowns will not have to repay those funds, totaling $431 million. UIA Director Julia Dale says the agency will continue to review overpayments and extend waivers to anyone eligible. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
At the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives in Washington, D.C., Attorney General Merrick Garland is giving an update on his anti-crime strategy to bring down rising violent crime rates. Garland saying that gun kits will now be treated like normal firearms.
Those who engage in the business of dealing in these guns will be required to mark every frame or receiver with a serial number so that the guns can be traced.
He says businesses will be required to be federally licensed, maintain records, and run background checks in the same manner as they would when selling a regular firearm. And finally, Cinco de Mayo festivities are happening all across the country. The day honors the Mexican Army's victory over the French invaders at the Battle of Puebla in 1862. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back on a Friday TGIF. Getting set for the weekend. Let's see here. A couple of other listener friends checking in. We got Charles checking in from Stillwater, Oklahoma. 54. It's a cool night, all right? Let's see. Got the mouse here. Tewksbury, Maine. Morning, Steve. All right, good to have you on board. Sledgehammer checking in from Columbus, Ohio. Headed toward Michigan. Yeah, a little bit of rain there. Yeah, we got Curtis on board. Whatever happened to Spaceman and Doc Holliday? You know, Spaceman was supposed to call in this week. I actually messaged him, I think it was like last Friday or something. He and the space chick were out and about on the bikes, touring the countryside there, I believe, in Pennsylvania. And I said, we miss hearing from you. And yeah, he said he was going to call in. Doc Holliday, he's a once-in-a-blue moon kind of guy anyway. He still checks in. I think he checked in a week or two ago. So You just got to be there at the right time. Who else we got? There's Jan. Happy Friday, Steve, and the Overnight Drive family checking in from South Carolina. Terry said, let's see, Greencastle, PA, diesel at the TA, $6.69 per gallon. Wow. That is insanity. All right, then, real quick, like Miss Millie on board this morning. Gilligan, what I was mentioning to you about, why these people want to hack the likes of your social media, Facebook. What do they get out of hacking a Facebook page? And I mentioned the financials. Miss Millie said, "You are correct, Steve. You are right about the financials. That's what they're looking for." Like I said, for those who have a Facebook, if you've entered a credit card or a debit card, to do gaming or whatever it might be, anything. There's a lot of things you can do that you have to pay for via Facebook and whatnot. She said, "I ordered some medical supplies. Yep, they hacked my bank account from Great Britain. I will not be ordering, giving my email again." All right, be safe out there. Big Moose says, "Where's Kyle? Or where's Chris?" Well, Chris is on the road. Kyle, I'm pretty sure, was snoozing in his lounge chair. Would that be a fair assessment? Hello, Kyle. Kyle, we got you there. I saw you. See, you dialed us up. Is your phone on mute? Okay, I can't. If you're hearing me, I'm not hearing you. So maybe dial us back up there, Kyle. I did call him again during the break, and I'm assuming he just woke up. So now let me try another caller and see if it's my phone system. Jolly Green, are you there?
I am here. Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. Now, there is a rumor going around, and I need some verification from you. Is it true that our president is going to Hamilton, Ohio tomorrow morning to meet up with Sex Maniac? Is that true?
That's news to me.
Well, I heard it from Sex Maniac. It is true. Biden is going to Hamilton, Ohio in the morning to Sims Road. So I don't know why he's going to Hamilton, Ohio. So I guess he wants to get some financial advice maybe from Sex Maniac. I don't know. But the reason I'm calling, I seen something on Facebook, and I don't know if you posted it, Steve, or a friend of mine in Louisville did. And it was concerning the government giving us senior citizen grocery vouchers. All right? And I'm going to be honest with you, Steve. I don't want a handout from the government. I don't want a grocery voucher. What I want is for the government to do something about the high oil prices, the high diesel prices that's causing the grocery prices to double in price.
All right, do something about inflation.
It's their fault that this happened.
Absolutely, yes. It's the fuel prices. I mean, if you're paying $6.69 a gallon there in Pennsylvania, for the love of God, I mean, transportation costs are gonna be. I mean, if we think they're high now, I mean, everything is going to continue to skyrocket.
Well, and I just heard on the radio before your show come on the news, that the government is raising the interest rate, which they are, to countermand the inflation. Now, I got to be honest with you, raising interest rate, I don't see how that is going to bring down the inflation rate. I would think keeping the interest rate low would encourage people to spend. At the same time, like I said, it keeps coming back to the high price of oil per barrel. It keeps coming back. That is what's escalating our inflation, in my opinion. So, hey, Kyle, get your butt up, brother. I wanted to tell you, I bought your Gasoline Extreme and it is improving the fuel mileage on my 2018 Dodge Ram pickup truck. So I wanted to tell you that. Also, Sex Maniac also bought some. So, either way, get your butt up, okay? You need to stand there and earn a living here. Come on.
Hello.
All right,
I'm here.
Oh, boy, I deserve that. Come on. So, but I just want to, and the first thing by the way, Kyle, the first thing I noticed about the bottles is to put it in my pickup truck, I had to get a funnel out, and I heard that you guys are trying to change the bottles so that way that you could take them, put them in the cars and the pickup trucks. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. We do have some new bottles we're working on that have the long neck, we call them. So for those capless fuel doors, you can be able to pop right through that front opening and get it right in the vehicle there without using the funnel. So something we've actually been working on that for quite a while, and it's coming soon. So we've had that problem ever since they switched to those new type of fuel doors, and reinforcements are on their way. So we've been working on it.
Well, I was at the truck show Saturday, so I did see you. I don't know if I talked to you personally, Kyle, but I did go over to your booth, and I did buy some. Yeah. And then Sex Maniac was also there. And I even had an opportunity to, like I said, meet Steve for the first time. And we had a pretty good time. Unfortunately, I had to leave early because standing around really hurts my back. Me being almost 67, I have a pretty hard time of standing. So, but I just want to thank you. I am trying your product out. It's too early to say exactly what it's going to do for my pickup truck. We'll just, like I said, I'll just keep using it. I bought 4 bottles, and the money really is not. I don't worry about the money. If the product is good, I'm waiting for you guys to get it at Myers and Walmart, et cetera, so that way it's easier for us to buy it, But either way, man, I just want to say, everybody have a safe trip tonight, and I will be listening, Steve, so you guys take care. And Kyle, it's a pleasure, brother. I'm glad you finally got up to earn your paycheck, guy. All right? See you, man. All right.
See you, Jolly Green. All right. Yeah, so did I assume correctly? You were just kind of sitting back in the lounge chair. The dogs were snoozing, and did the phone wake you up, or did you just finally wake up?
I wish that was the case. I actually had a puppy emergency, and I was trying to get the dogs calm, which I'll apologize right now if you guys hear the wild one in the background. I think last time I was on, she was only a couple months old, so now she's at that terrible 6-month age. And tonight was the night she decided that she could find her way out of the yard. So I don't know if she found a hole or jumped the fence, but I was trying to wear her out before the show, and I just spent the last 35 minutes waking up my neighbor and running around the neighborhood to find my new puppy.
You found her, though, right?
I got her. I'm not real happy with her right now, and she doesn't care.
Okay.
She doesn't mind at all.
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, that's scary because you don't want to go out and get hit by a car, and with that's my concern. When Turbo gets out of the yard, out of the fence, it's like, damn it! I mean, we got a busy road just a block away from us.
Yeah, I live in a neighborhood, so I'm not, as long as they're close, I'm not too concerned, especially, this late at night. I don't have a lot of traffic. But it was the first time she got out, My other dog, if he's ever got out, they kind of tend to go to the same spot. And my older dog, he's got a little girlfriend down the street, so if he ever gets out, I know exactly where to go. And but her first time out, I had no idea. She was gone. I had no idea where she went. And turns out she wasn't far, or she got far and came back. But we went all around the neighborhood. She ended up being 2 doors down in the backyard of a neighbor's house. And so, Yeah, one of those heartbeats scares the heck out of you for a while there, but
gotcha. Well, we'll forgive you. We'll forgive you. We just been plugging away like we normally would. So, welcome in. Welcome aboard.
I owe you a half hour of work, so you got me.
All right, so we'll get a quick time out here. Horse Feather is going to be joining us coming up. I guess it's a good time for Kyle to join us because it's Mother's Day Convoy weekend coming up here. And our number, 844-844-3388, a Friday morning with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, a couple of updates for you there. Jolly Green, I wasn't even aware that the president will be coming to town today. Here's what we know. Biden will meet with manufacturing leaders to see some new additive manufacturing technologies at work and discuss his plan to make more throughout the country. Looks like he's going to make remarks at the United Performance Metals, which is in Hamilton, Ohio, just to the north of us here in Cincinnati. The president will call on Congress to build on that success and pass legislation like the Bipartisan Innovation Act to create good-paying jobs, boost domestic manufacturing, and lower prices for working families. It says here the president will be arriving and departing from Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport. The exact timing, of course, has not been released. Due to arrive in Northern Kentucky in the early afternoon and scheduled to deliver remarks at the metals plant about 3:30 this afternoon. Fairfield City Schools closing today due to the visit to Butler County. School officials decided to cancel class because there's going to be a number of road closures, lengthy traffic backups, and limited to no access to some of the school buildings. The road closures, the traffic jams will create multiple issues for our transportation department. And then we have concerns about student safety in the event of an emergency, so they opted to just cancel classes there. The entire Fairfield City School District will be closed, except for Fairfield High School students who are scheduled to take their AP U.S. History exam today. We apologize for any inconvenience. All right, President arriving and departing from Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport. The CVG airplane viewing area will be closed today. Normal operations resuming on Saturday. Officials with the airport are warning travelers, plan on extra time for your trip today due to anticipated traffic conditions near the airport when Biden arrives and departs. They're not specifying, so if he's flying into CVG and his remarks are supposed to be that they're in Hamilton, that's a pretty decent trek for the as far as traveling via the roadways and whatnot. Yeah, there'd be all kind of mess. I don't know if he'd be going up 75 direct the complete way or what the case may be, but the other option would be to take like the helicopter. I'm assuming they'll probably be doing that presidential motorcade. Oh boy, get ready for some big delays on the interstates this afternoon, which are always congested more on Friday to begin with. So heads up if you're going to be rolling through the Cincinnati metro area today and Hamilton, Ohio. But thanks for the heads up, Jolly Green. They didn't mention anything about his possibly meeting with the sex maniac, though. So, all right, Kyle. So at least, so we got the puppy back in house. What's been going on? You kicked off the Outlaw Diesel Series last weekend. How'd things go in Indiana?
Oh, what a weekend! It was just great to be back out with all the guys and gals again. You know, it's kind of a really tight family we have in that Outlaw Diesel Super Series, family. So it was just good to be back out again, really. And we had such a scare about the weather. I think if you remember leading into last weekend, it was looking like it was going to be rain the whole time. And I know a lot of people were having second thoughts of going, and we already had our season opener canceled and rescheduled, and such a delay to the start of the season. But the weather worked out good enough that it rained a bit on us on Friday and kind of ended things early, but got the whole race in Saturday, and just was a really great weekend. And it's something we needed, to get the season off and running. And what a weekend it was. I mean, not just that we got the racing in, but we saw records shatter. Hot Shot Secret drivers just absolutely clean house, and couldn't ask for a better start to the year.
How'd the Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk Diesel S10 do? Was that the first time they were on the track with the new engine, the new motor, or whatever?
With the refresh motor, yeah, it's there's some changes made to it. It was the first time out besides, really the first one of the season. So, unfortunately, and they won their class, so that's all good news. Unfortunately, it was another one of our trucks that really stole the show this past weekend, and Derek Rose out of Indiana brought his Pro Street truck out, which that's the class that Hot Shot Secret has always sponsored. The Hot Shot Secret Fire Punk S10 that actually runs in the Pro Mod class, and to give everybody an idea of the difference in those two classes. The Pro Mods are really full-blown race cars. These are chassis built. If you were to pull the shell off these things, they all kind of look the same. They're race cars underneath. Whereas the Pro Street class are really still diesel trucks in some way or another. Now, the average guy would look at it and say, that doesn't look like my truck, because they're pretty gutted out. But they're still 4,000-pound vehicles, and Derek Rose brought out a Pro Street truck. It was a little bit underweight because he's preparing for Ultimate Call-Out Challenge, which I hope we talk about tonight, which is coming up in a month. And he absolutely shattered the world record 4 times in a row, and it was stunning. He had to actually run in the Pro Mod class, which is a completely different. I mean, he's racing against vehicles that are 1,000 pounds lighter than him, which 1,000 pounds is just an insane amount of weight in drag racing. And he's beating these guys. He went to the finals in Pro Mod against the S10, and S10 won. He had a little trouble off the line. To put this in perspective, This is a four-wheel drive Cummins-based diesel truck. And the world record, until a couple of years ago, no one had ever broke the 5-second barrier. You heard about the S10 that's, running 399. Well, they just ran their first 499 in full trim, 4,400-pound truck just a couple of years ago. And they've extended that record down to 490, and it just got down to 480 at the very end of last year. He came out, first race of the year, knocked off a 479 to reset a brand new record, followed that with the 478, and no one ever thought we'd see 470s out of these things. And then he came back and ran a 468 and got into the 60s. This is all in the same day.
Wow.
Finally, once we were getting to the end of eliminations, he ran a 444 and at 171 miles per hour. The S10, the Firepunk S10, the fastest in the world, runs at 173 miles per hour at this track. So a 2 mile per hour difference in a vehicle that weighs 1,000 pounds more. So it was just absolutely mind-boggling what he did. So we sponsored Derek. He's with DNC Customs out of Indiana, a great shop there, and he has built something that is going to be amazing to watch this year.
So that's pretty impressive. To better your times like that on 3 separate runs, that is pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, to move it 3/10 in one day with one driver. I mean, this is a sport that's measured in the 10,000ths of a second, and that's often how the records go. Is literally 10,000ths of a second at a time. So to move it 3/10 of a second in one day is just unheard of.
Pretty impressive. All right, well, we're about to bottom of the hour news break here, so put you on hold. Horse feathers, I meant to get to you before the break, but all right, hang in there because we got to talk about the Mother's Day Convoy coming up here right on the heels of Cinco de Mayo. Of course, it's Kentucky Derby weekend coming on with no Bob Baffert in Louisville for this year or the next several. I think he's a 3-year ban for participating in horse racing. But first, we get our news break, and it's 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Most Americans don't want former President Trump's Title 42 policy to end. It allows border officials to turn away illegal immigrants who have reached the United States if there is a public health crisis. According to a new CNN poll, 57% believe it should remain in place. Nearly 3/4 of Americans have little or no confidence that the Biden administration would be able to handle an increase of illegal immigrants at the U.S.-Mexico border. A Louisiana judge temporarily blocked lifting Title 42 due to President Joe Biden's lack of a clear plan. Wall Street giving the thumbs down to Thursday, with the Dow losing 1,063 points to close at 32,997. This on the heels of the April jobs report being released Friday. USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to 0. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
If computers are your problem, Cherry Digital Pros has your solution. We are a full-service computer sales and repair company. We can diagnose your problem and fix it quickly and affordably. We fix all models of laptops and PCs. We also offer custom-built PCs, servers to your specifications. From PC repair and laptop repair to online internet help to data recovery, we can handle it. Let Cherry Digital Pros solve your computer problem today. Call or text us at 513-568-5568 or go to cherrydigitalpros.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Here on a Friday morning, as we are joined by Kyle Fisher, filling in for the boss man, Chris Gabelchik. I guess you said Chris is on the road this weekend, out and about doing some travel. So, what's on your slate for Mother's Day weekend, Kyle? Anything in the works?
I got the boxes of chocolates sent off to the mother, so I'm covered there, and I'm taking a low weekend, low and slow weekend after busy travel.
Yeah, so you got a couple of weeks before you have to hit the road again. Where's the next event you're going to be heading out to the track again?
Well, that's what you and I are going to be talking about first thing next week. Is my gear shipped to the next event, which is going to be a unique one, and that's the Big Rig Challenge up at Onaway Speedway. And top part of Michigan there, and I think we're going to be dragging that overnight drive along with us.
That's the discussion, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're still working out the details right now. I'm trying to work with this is the first time we've been to this event, and I mean, it's massive. I guess it's everybody I've been talking to, a lot of the guys at the race last weekend have been many years, and they're telling me that we're just going to absolutely love it. Now, I've been trying to talk with the organizers. They can't guarantee me exactly where our booth location is going to be, so we're working out power and internet, like the important things we really need for the show.
Yeah.
So we'll have more to announce next week as we really get into some planning for it. The best case scenario is we're going to have a overnight drive up there and broadcasting live from the booth during the day and then replaying at night, kind of like we did at Matt's. Worst case scenario, we're going to record the show during the day. If we're concerned that there's going to be an internet signal issue, we really don't want to drag the listeners through that if we're choppy and off and on, online.
Yeah,
so,
we had a few issues there in Louisville. Yeah, especially Saturday was kind of crazy, but yeah.
Yeah, and that was a learning experience for us. That's the first time we tried to really take the show on the road, and that was, somewhat of a controlled environment where we were able to, purchase a strong, internet signal there from the show, and we still had some issues with it. This is a whole different ballgame where we're going to be outside under the canopy, under our race canopy, like we are at races, and so it's going to even be a bigger hurdle to climb, but we're working it out, and I think worst case scenario is we'll just record during the day and air at night, and if that's the case, I think we're still going to let our listeners know when we're live, so those that really want to call in can during the day and can still get through. But I found out that I'm going to have so many people up there, probably a little different than Matt's, where we have a lot of the trucking industry friends there. A lot of them are going to be up there as well. But I'm going to have a lot more of my sponsored racers up there than I knew when we first scheduled this. So I hope to get a lot of them on the air and talk with you and give them some airtime and tell them about, what it's like in this racing these diesels.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Well, speaking of racing, let's see. I'll tell you what, let me get to Horse Feathers first, because he's been hanging in there patiently waiting, and I know he does have to get in and out of the truck and he's working at the same time. Hello, Horse Feathers.
I ain't working. I'm on vacation this week,
Oh,
Your
I
Honor.
forgot. That's right. Yeah, you're just sitting on your ass at the home 20.
That's right. That's right. You'd be lucky I'm not out here been partaking in all them Skullbuster beers there. We'd have a real good show tonight. So, hey, Kyle, what's going on there, buddy?
Hey, what's up, bud?
Yeah, we're just getting ready to do it. But so anyways, I heard you had a question there about the weather and the auction, and there's absolutely no problem with the weather and the auction for Make-A-Wish people, because the auction's all on the internet. You can do it from the comfy, warm proceeds of being in your home or the seat of your truck, or if you're like some of them new drivers there, you just put your feet up on the dash, you put the automatic pilot on, and you just surf the internet there.
Mm-hmm.
And you get down the highway while you're doing all that. You can do all your purchases while you're headed right down the highway. So for all them new truck drivers out there.
And I should say, I just talked to Kara this week after talking to Horse Feathers, and we just sent down a big bunch of products to add to that auction, so to help them raise some more money. I know they've got some big bottles of Stiction Eliminator and Diesel Extreme that they've added to the auction.
There you go. So there's a place to get that stuff. And to answer Jolly Green's question, he doesn't have to wait for all that Gasoline Extreme and everything to get into the Myers and all those other stores there. He can always just get online there and go to hotshotsecret.com and place his order. And what is it, Kyle? Over $49, you get free FedEx shipping right to the house. And and you add that code there, your horse feathers there in there to get you 10% off. Horse feathers overnight drive code in there to get you 10% off there. And you get it better, and you don't have to go out there, and it'll come right to your front door. And I'll tell you what, about the time you put in the order there, you walk out your front door, and it'll be sitting there on the step, because whatever you guys do there with Hot Shot to get a fire under FedEx's ass, I tell you what, they do good with your deliveries, because they're here within a day or two. So, I know
especially nowadays, shipping is it's quite an experience. We've seen some crazy stuff these days, and I know even with the shippers, they stop guaranteeing their times, and I hear the pass down thing of supply chain, which we obviously deal with. I don't know what the shippers are dealing with. So anytime I hear a good comment about the shipping, I'll take it, because they drive me nuts sometimes.
Yeah, as I say, for the most part, my orders that and stuff that you've sent to me, I don't know how you get FedEx to do it, but that's about the only thing that I can get in a decent amount of time through them. So, anyways, I'll take it when I can get it, as you say. So, but other than that, for the convoy, I guess everything's all in motion there. So we're looking, I guess, for a cloudy morning, but hopefully it's all gonna deteriorate and be good for the convoy itself, which has never been rained on, which leaves at 1:30 in the afternoon on Sunday, Mother's Day.
That's what I was going to ask.
Year.
I said, yeah. So give us the breakdown, because is it open for drivers who may not have realized they were going to be in the region Sunday, and it's like, hey, well, I'm going to be there, and can they still join in, just show up there at the Mannheim Auto Auction, or?
Absolutely. Yep. Anybody that's there wants to come, come one, come all, come everyone. They're going to have the gates open there, I believe, at 6 a.m. So you can show up there at 6 a.m. all the way up until 11 o'clock. And the only thing they ask is, if you want to participate in the convoy, that you donate $100 to have your truck in the convoy.
Okay.
So that's the only caveat to coming in, is they just ask for that $100 donation there to participate. But other than that, there's plenty of room, because, as I've told you before, the Mannheim Auto Auction, they say they're the world's largest auto auction, and they want the world's largest convoy, and they want 1,000 trucks. They say they have room for 1,000 trucks, and they want 1,000 trucks. So what they did this year is they set their goal, Make-A-Wish set their goal at like $640,000, I believe, that they wanted to raise. And of course, this fundraiser is their largest one of the year for the Philadelphia, Delaware, Susquehanna Valley chapter. And this convoy alone provides 75% of the wish granting for the whole year. This is the financials. That 75% of the money needed for doing the wishes comes from this convoy alone. So that's their big event. I mean, this is the whole kit and caboodle here for them. So, but what ends up happening now, because of being at the Mannheim Auto Auction, and they have all these lanes for inside auctioneering for all these high priced cars, and the whole thing that they do, they have all that closed. There's nothing going on where we're at. So a lot of the carnival stuff, a lot of that can be indoors now. So what normally would be out in the weather and affected by rain or wind or whatever can actually be inside. So a lot of this is going to be well protected this year compared to what it was in all the previous years.
Sure, something different, something new, yeah.
So absolutely, it's going to be a little bit different experience, having as much inside as than what used to be. But it's also good that it's going to be undercover and out of the wind, because they're still talking 20-mile-an-hour winds in the morning at least, and it's going to be cloudy and in the 50s, and it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be a real pretty day in the morning. So we're hoping for a little clearing in the afternoon, and hopefully it'll get up somewhere around 60 degrees would be nice. But anyway, so yeah, if everybody wants to come, anybody's in the Mannheim area, which is, it's only about 12 miles north of Lancaster, right off of US 30 out of Lancaster, PA. It's on State Route 72. And to tell you the truth, if you're on the Pennsylvania Turnpike, it's only about 3 or 4 miles south of the exit for the Mannheim exit off the Turnpike, PA Route 72. So it's real convenient to get to if you're anywhere riding around out there, you know, in that area.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that,
I really want to give Horse Feathers a real big thank you publicly, because everything he does to really push this Make-A-Wish. You know, he was the one that got us involved in this last year, and we had a donation that we made last year, and Will went out there and sent us some great pictures of hanging up our banners and really representing for Hot Shot Secret. And this year we got in, you know, a little even bigger and got this team organized. And I'm on their website right now, and I'm seeing that Horse Feathers is sitting in looks like the number 5 overall position for individual fundraisers. And we also got let's see, Rob Finch is in there on the Hot Shot Secret team, sitting at number 7, 8, sitting at number 8 now. So they have 2 guys on the Hot Shots team, and the top 10 is just really impressive. And that has moved Hot Shot Secret to the number 2 team donor. And that's in a far number 2, with the Mannheim really raising over $100,000 already. But I'm really impressed with and proud of these guys for what they've done to represent Hot Shot Secret so well, and we're really happy to help them, and we matched their donations this year. So I just wanted to give Horse Feathers a big thank you for everything he's doing. And not only that, we've got a table down there for Hot Shot Secret as a sponsor, and I've sent a bunch of stuff down that Horse Feathers is going to be setting up for us, and I just really appreciate everything you've done.
Well, to begin with, it's all for the kids, but you know, with what you guys do in that, you know, I don't have, you know, I enjoy going up there and doing that, and I like promoting your stuff because I know what it does, and I know how it helps people. And hey, as I left you a message the other day there, I got a hold of that guy from the Buck Wild stuff. Now this is kind of between me and Kyle, but there was a truck and tractor pull, truck show. They had drag racing and stuff, and that was here local in Carroll County, just outside Baltimore area, and all on dirt. And they're looking for sponsorship, so possibly next year. He said he's going to get a hold of you, but the guy I was talking to is a mechanic, and he's actually in the process of wanting to retire out of the modern day stuff and do a part-time job of his own working on old stuff. And he actually is interested in becoming a distributor possibly. So I'm going to get him a catalog. I'm going to put a catalog in the mail to him, Kyle, so that he can have that. But I passed him along your information. So if you hear from Bill here in Carroll County, Maryland, I'm the one that sent him to you. So,
well, we appreciate it. We appreciate all you do.
Yep. And I don't know. Hey, you know, we could compete with that Mannheim auto auction. Do you think we got a vehicle we could auction off there? Do you think if we auctioned off the overnight drive Cadillac, do you think we could raise some money there and compete with that Mannheim auto auction?
I don't know. I don't know how many wishes that's going to make, but
not many. Not many.
It's got that beautiful North Star engine drive powertrain unit in it there, you know.
Yeah, what a piece. What a jewel. All right. Horse Feathers, thank you so much. And if we don't talk to you before, and enjoy participating in the convoy there. Hope you have a great weekend. And we'll return into...
Looking forward to seeing how the weekend goes. We appreciate it.
And back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, let me see. Hey, we did have some racing action this week. First, the NASCAR event that got rained out Sunday did indeed run on Monday. They got the rundown from Ryan this past day. I had forgot all about that running on Monday, but in the world of motorsports, NASCAR finished the race at the Monster Mile Monday afternoon. Chase Elliott was your winner, followed by Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell, and Alex Bowman. Chase becomes the fourth Hendrick car to win this season. Denny Hamlin and A.J. Allmendinger both had wheels come off during Monday's race. That action results in a penalty of a 4-race suspension for their respective crew chief, jackman, and front tire changer. Okay. Then Hendrick Motorsports announced yesterday that William Byron will remain in the number 24 car for another 3 years. In Formula One, they're making their debut in Miami, Florida this weekend. This is going to be a big event there. Be ready for lots of you talk about money, the high rollers rolling into town with the Formula One. 57 laps around the 19-turn, 3.3-mile circuit that they've kind of constructed that goes around the Hard Rock Football Stadium there in Miami. Yeah, that is scheduled to start at 3:30 Eastern Time this Sunday afternoon, Mother's Day no less. Then in the world of outlaws, the sprint cars were scheduled to race at Eldora this weekend, but with the probability of rain relatively high in the forecast, they have already gone ahead and canceled this weekend's schedule. So it's a no-go at Eldora. That race, they say, will not be made up, but the series will return to Eldora this July for the Kings Royal. So I guess if you had tickets for Eldora this weekend, you'll have to get a hold of them for a refund, as again, that will not be rescheduled. Hey, let's check in with Vic this morning. What's happening, Vic?
Hey, not a lot. You must know who it was. I think I forgot to give you my name. I originally was going to call in about this inflation. Inflation is supply driven or demand driven. And what we have now is supply driven inflation because with the Ukraine and the rest of the wheat around the world is not going to be produced. And I guess that we're going to hang tight to our conservation reserve program, although they can see that staring them in the face. And the dams around the world, they're not going to generate the hydroelectric power. And back in the 70s, they put together this national grid thing, except they're not letting any of the old coal-fired power plants produce electricity and put that into the grid. So most of our problems right now are man-made. I don't really see a lot of hope with Biden because you were talking about him flying into Cincinnati and landing at CVG. I thought most of the time when the presidents came into that area, they landed at Wright Pad. I guess things have changed. I mean, it has been 50 years since I've been in the service. So anyhow, it just everything I looked at Biden and his company tries to do, I don't know how they can mess things up so much. It's like they, well, anyway, I can't say what I want to say, but way back when I took basic training, every flight or squadron had the one guy that just couldn't get it right. I mean, everything he did was wrong. And that's just what Biden reminds me of is, the guy in basic training that no matter, he's kind of like the Gomer Pyle type of guy.
Yep.
But I mean, it amazes me and it's got me scared out of the markets really because I don't know from one day to the next what changes they make. And now they're saying, well, we'll just increase interest rates. Well, interest rates to lower demand isn't the problem. We don't have the supply for people to buy. So I don't know how lower demand is really going to get them where they want to go. I mean, it will definitely slow things down, but it's going to be rather drastic. But when Kyle there came on board there was a couple of questions that I wondered offhand. They run compatibility tests on their additives because sometimes you can put, people mix additives and put in vehicles, and I didn't know if they really ran any compatibility tests for the different additives.
Yeah, we do to some extent. It's tough to test every potential mix that somebody will have out there. So we do get that question a lot. Is it okay to add our additives with other additives? We always advise it's not a good thing to do. We don't recommend it only because we've just been unable to test every potential combination that somebody might use out there. Now, that all being said, there are some certain products out there that I'll usually follow up and ask individually, well, what exactly products are you talking about? And I know, I'll give you one example. We hear a lot about Lucas Oil Stabilizer because a lot of people use that product, and it's the number one selling additive in the world. So I know a lot of people are using that product. And frankly, when I get that question, I always tell them it's completely fine to use our oil additives with Lucas Oil Stabilizer. I know that's well tested. And simply put, that product is really just a thick base oil. So it really doesn't have any additives in it. So with that product, no problem. It's pretty much adding an additive to some more oil. But case-by-case basis, if you want to call in and let us know what you're using, we can check to see if that one's actually been tested. Short of that, we just generally say it's not a good idea because there is some problems that you can run into with different additive packages combining. So on the safe side, we advise not to. If you really have a product that you want to be set on using, feel free to give us a call, and we'll see if we can pull the tech data sheets and make sure there's nothing that's going to have any negative effect.
Okay. And another question is, I know that not you, but Chris picked me up with a additive, Phase 3000, Phaser 3000, and he was working on his own product there. Did he ever get that takes water out of the ethanol fuel? Did you ever get that product developed on your own, or are you still using the Phaser 3000?
I know we still offer the Phaser 3000. I believe that's through a Primrose product.
Right.
And I know Chris is really happy with a lot of the products Primrose makes, and they fill a certain niche market out there. Specifically, I know they make a microbiocide that we often sell to customers that are dealing with, algae issues that are very severe.
Yep.
So right now, I know we don't have a replacement product for that on the market right now. I do know that that's something R&D is looking at. So I'd have to check with Chris, but I know if it is, it's still in development right now.
Okay. And one last question. How do you get the RPMs out of a diesel engine to drag race? I mean, I never really heard much about diesel drag racing until you're talking about it. I don't know how do you get that much RPMs out of a diesel engine for drag racing?
It's amazing. I don't know how they do it, to be honest with you. These guys are rolling 6,000 RPMs out of a common platform. So we need to have. I'll get Levon Miller on one night and pick his brain about how that engine functions, because it's just amazing to hear the technology involved and the advancements in what they do. So I'll defer to one of the experts, and we'll drag one of those guys on.
It's a fascinating thing to watch them there at the Christmas tree, ready to hit the hammer, and just you hear that engine spooling up, and it's just you get that puff of black smoke, and then things clear out, and man, they're jacked up. All right, let me see here. It is 844-844-3388. We'll come back. We got to get a news update here. Top of the hour as we close out hour number 2 on a Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Stocks take a nosedive after the best day since 2020. At the closing bell, the Dow losing 1,063 points to close at 32,997. The sharp drop comes one day after a rally on Wednesday following the Fed Reserve's announcement that it was going to raise interest rates. As far as inflation and supply chain issues that are still affecting everything, former Home Depot and Chrysler head Bob Nardelli has some ideas to help.
Let's get the ports resolved, the port issues resolved. We've got hundreds of container ships.
At least 3 people are dead who were stabbed to death in Tel Aviv, Israel, after a possible terrorist attack. Police are still looking for the suspect. The attack comes 1 month after another terrorist attack in the city. USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of just
$12.50 each delivered.
That's right.
$12.50 each delivered.
While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN by coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
Oklahoma Republican Governor Kevin Stitt is touring tornado damage. A charter school in the town of Seminole took a direct hit.
There was a nice shelter there, and then when they came out, the whole roof was destroyed and all the outbuildings were turned over.
Seminole is about 50 miles southeast of Oklahoma City. It was hit with its third tornado of the week. Overnight storms damaged 2 schools, a marijuana farm, and other buildings. There was flooding, but the governor says there are no reports of serious injuries. The co-inventor of the implantable defibrillator has passed away.
Dr. Martin Mower, a former Maryland-based cardiologist who helped invent an automatic implantable defibrillator, has died at the age of 89. Mower and Dr. Michael Mirowski began working in 1969 on developing the miniature defibrillator.
Lance Pry reporting from the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A state is continuing to look at who received unemployment benefits during the pandemic.
Michigan's embattled unemployment insurance agency is dealing with more fraud. Officials say 55,000 more unemployment claimants who were overpaid during Governor Gretchen Whitmer's COVID-19 shutdowns will not have to repay those funds, totaling $431 million. UIA Director Julia Dale says the agency will continue to review overpayments and extend waivers to anyone eligible. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
At the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives in Washington, D.C., Attorney General Merrick Garland is giving an update on his anti-crime strategy to bring down rising violent crime rates. Garland saying that gun kits will now be treated like normal firearms.
Those who engage in the business of dealing in these guns will be required to mark every frame or receiver with a serial number so that the guns can be traced.
He says businesses will be required to be federally licensed, maintain records, and run background checks in the same manner as they would when selling a regular firearm. And finally, Cinco de Mayo festivities are happening all across the country. The day honors the Mexican Army's victory over the French invaders at the Battle of Puebla in 1862. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, back on a Friday, TGIF. Here it is. What are we looking at? 6th day of May. And I'm looking forward to the warm-up. You hear that big temperature warm-up coming our way next week? Some people will be tempted to take the covers off the pool, but I know better. I know you. We've got to get to pretty much Memorial Day weekend to actually start opening up the pools. But when temperatures start hitting those middle 80s, everybody says, hey, summer's here to stay, right? Because it's going to be warm most all week next week. Before we get back to Kyle, a couple of industry headlines. First, this past day, PACCAR recalling thousands of various Kenworth and Peterbilt truck models. An issue with the steering component, according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration documents. This recall affects more than a dozen models of Kenworth and Peterbilt trucks with the model year range 2018 to 2020. The Dana D-Series axle steer arm fasteners that attach the steering arm to the steering knuckle could potentially fail, which could result in a loss of steering, which obviously would increase your risk of a crash. Now, it says nearly 18,000 trucks are part of this recall, all model years 2018 to 2020, unless otherwise noted. Now, they said they're going to be notifying truck owners. In the meantime, you can contact the customer service with the recall number 22KWB for Kenworth, I guess. Either way, they did say that they're working on a remedy right now, but apparently not all 18,000 of those trucks are affected. PACCAR estimates it's probably going to be more like 1% of those 18,000, but I guess they're going to have to check them all. So there you go. Heads up for your Kenworth and Peterbilt owners out there. And our number, 844-844-3388. Kyle Fisher joins us this morning, I guess from the home 20 there, right? Just kind of looking forward to a relaxing weekend. Typically, it's Chris Gabrelchik here on Friday mornings, first Friday of a given month. Chris is out and about this weekend, so Kyle decided to join us here this morning, talking all things Hot Shot Secrets, just as Vic was offering up questions about compatibility. Kyle, you know as much, I don't know, or maybe even more about the products and the line as Chris Gabrelchik. The only thing you can't get into really is the whole tribology thing, the chemical breakdown and all that stuff that he oftentimes can go into. So is that a fair statement?
I try to play a good tribologist on the radio, but no, I'm not certified. I spend a lot of time with R&D, and I do know our products inside and out. I'd argue that I know our products better than Chris at this point, but he knows lubrication better than I do. So it's a fair balance.
Okay, well, let's get back to our callers here. Frank is online. Morning, Frank. Got you on with Kyle and the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. What's happening? Hello, Frank. Frank. Had a question about Hot Shot Secret products for my truck, it said.
Yes. Good morning, Steve, and good morning, Kyle.
Good morning, Frank.
Steve, I got my airline tickets all made up for Australia, so when it gets close to October, I'm going to have to try to get a hold of Sylvester over there.
Yes.
And I'll try to give you my email when I get close to October, and we can email each other. And he's going to stay in Sydney, where he's at. He's just below Sydney a little bit.
Oh.
So, but Kyle, I got a question about the product. I got a 39 Chevy pickup. I got a 235 Stowboat engine in it. You know how the lifters will make a lot of noise on them old engines? I put Hot Shot Secret in it, the first product that you put in it to clean it all out.
Stiction eliminator.
Yeah, I put that in there, and it quiets them lifters right down. It really sounds good. The motor runs really nice. Right now, the motor's in getting a set of dual carburetors put on it.
Right.
And I got a R700 automatic transmission in it, and I used to have to take that and tap that gas pedal, get it to shifting gears. I put some of that transmission repair stuff in it, and it's just so nice and smooth now.
Oh yeah, Shift Restore. That's a great product that I wish people would turn to more on a preventative side of things. Often they turn to that product when they already having a transmission issue or some trouble shifting, and they find what a great product is. I always throw some of that as first thing especially if I'm buying a used vehicle. First thing I do is stiction eliminator in the engine and Shift Restore in the trans, and get it all cleaned out and run it like it used to.
Right. I got a 2016 GMC Canyon. I used FR3 in that. That's only got 60,000 miles on it, so I don't think I have to go with the friction stuff in it yet.
No, and the FR3, it's a great complementary product to Stiction Eliminator, and it really has a lot of cleansing ability as well too. I certainly like to start with Stiction Eliminator to do a deep clean, but if you get a lower mileage vehicle like that doesn't have that much up yet, it's good to start with the FR3 and it'll clean there and keep it cool.
All right.
Well, Frank, any other questions this morning, or does that pretty much cover your bases? Okay. I think Frank may be multitasking right now. I'm not exactly sure. All right. Well, thanks for checking in there, Frank. You have a great morning. Let's see. Chevy Guy, got you coming up here just ahead. Hang in there. First, I'm going to grab Eric. I believe it's Eric with the Diesel Garage Foundation. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Morning.
Good morning to you and Kyle both. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great.
Good morning. I know this guy.
That's
Steve.
good. Maybe just a little bit, Kyle.
Yes, sir. How you doing, Eric?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Enjoying the show tonight. Some good information out there, and I catch it every now and then when I can, and I like the information that you guys are putting out there, some product information and different things like that. So it's really good to continue working with you guys as well, hearing all the good stuff you guys are doing over there.
Absolutely. And Eric, why don't you tell them a little bit about, well, first of all, we got a little announcement to make, don't we?
Sure. You want me to go ahead and do it, or you want to go ahead and do it?
Hey, you go ahead and run with it.
Oh, great. Nothing like the pressure. That's okay. Well, I own Diesel Garage Media, and I'm also the chairman for the Diesel Garage Foundation. And all of it is to promote and give back to the diesel industry. And we've been working with Kyle for, 5, 6 years now, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
And we got an event coming up in Alaska this year. It's called the Great Alaskan Truck Show. And working with Kyle over the years, Hot Shot Secrets has now just signed up as a gold sponsor for our show up there. And the purpose of the show is to give back to the community that's been supportive of the Diesel Garage Media side through a $10,000 scholarship for a tradesman, either a diesel technician, a welder, a machinist, or a truck driver, because those are the main trades that support the diesel industry. And I want to say thank you to Kyle and Hot Shot Secrets and the ability to work with you guys over the years and continue that working relationship and you guys' support for different events that are going on and support for me. So thank you guys very much.
Oh, absolutely. Eric, we're always happy to support what you're doing and looking forward to this show you got lined up in Alaska here. I believe it's towards the end of June, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, June 24th, 25th, and 26th. I may not sound like it, but I am absolutely jumping for joy inside because I get to give out a scholarship to help change somebody's life and get them into a trade school and have a direct impact on the diesel industry. And that's what I've been trying to do for the past 10 years and doing event coverage and motorsports promotions, different things like that. And finally get to do something really, really good. I think they'll have a really good impact on the diesel industry through the foundation. So I'm just happy, thankful. We got great sponsors, happy we can do that, and grateful that we can help somebody out.
Yeah, and you've got a long list of sponsors for your upcoming truck show, and we're just happy to be one of them and support what you're doing there. And really, aside from the truck show, your Garage Foundation is such a cool thing that you've put together that I hope some of our listeners go and take a look at that. Go ahead and plug your your website on that. There, I know there's a lot of good info there.
Okay, yeah, I'll plug it in here on the side and let you guys know. Check out dieselgaragefoundation.org. We are a full 501c3 nonprofit organization that is here to help the diesel industry. All together, what we're doing, and want to see good outcome, and we love the support that we have already, and just want to give back to the diesel industry to help keep it going, because we're everybody knows we're having a hard time right now, and mechanics are retiring, welders are retiring. Where are we going to get the next workforce at to continue taking care of everything, to do everything? As I say, and on my new shirts, I'll have to get you guys one of them. On the back it says, America runs on diesel. And there's really no other way to put it. I mean, semis keep us moving, get our supplies to us here and there with whatever we're doing. And we wouldn't be going anywhere without the diesel engine around. So we just need to support the diesel industry, and that's what I want to do. So I'm passionate about it. I love it, and I love seeing everything from drag racing trucks to, I don't know, I don't care if you got a lawnmower you put a diesel engine on and cut down tree stumps. You know, I want to see that. That's pretty cool.
Well, finding people that can work on big trucks, Eric, I mean, there's been a shortage of diesel mechanics, I know, for a number of years, and it's probably only getting worse with each passing year. And now working on a truck in this day and age is a whole different ball game than it was 20, 30 years ago, because with each new round of diesel emission requirements, they're having to put additional this and that in your diesel particulate filters and all that. It's probably a hell of a job to try to find mechanics for the newer model engines, is it not?
It absolutely is. You're right. And I can honestly say this, yes, you are correct. 25 years ago or even 20 years ago, the emissions system and the way the diesels were then till now is totally different. I spent 17 years on oil drilling rigs, and so I've seen a lot of the old ones and been around the new ones. And you're right, it's hard to find those technicians, and we'll talk about this later sometime, is there's a barrier getting people in there. Why is it hard to get the diesel technicians into like the Ford, Chevy, and Dodge, or even the heavy line diesels? Well, there's a big problem. The first thing is we need to get the shop classes back into high schools. Mm-hmm. We need to get people interested in the automotive industry in general. And you know, a lot of people are driving diesels. They're hauling their toy haulers. Their kids drive them to school. They have an interest. That's great. Let's get them started in a shop class. That way we can get that interest back in there, and then they go to college for it, where we step in to try to help out as much as we can. We're a nonprofit, so we're funded completely by donations. So the more we can help get people in there, the better. And it's definitely a change in the diesel industry for sure. And I saw it firsthand, mainly on the drilling rigs, with going from the old Caterpillar 99s for power plants. And now you're looking at 3512s, and you have all these emissions on them. And people wonder why they run so hot. Well, there's a lot of back pressure, a lot of other stuff that's involved in that, that create a bunch of heat right there instead of just getting it out like it used to. So finding people to work on it that are dedicated to it is the hard part.
Hey, you know, Steve, I think we should really line up Eric to come on one night. This guy has a wealth of knowledge. As he said, he spent a lot of time on the oil rigs. If I'm not mistaken, Eric, you're certified, like Peterbilt and Cummins and a few different platforms, right? Caterpillar or something.
No, I wish I was all those, but then again, I would probably be not as mobile as I am. I'm not young, but I'm not old, and I wanted to get in the promotion side of stuff because I didn't want to be one of those guys that had to wake up and had to have a half a bottle of ibuprofen in the morning to get moving around and get my coffee to get a coffee. So I went in the promotion side of stuff, but I've been around the Detroits and the Cats and things like that on the drilling rigs and in a truck shop too in Salt Lake that was nice enough to be able to learn a lot there too. So.
And that's what's really great about your experience, Eric, is not just, hands-on. And then you started this Diesel Garage Media side, which I think that's where you and I first met, was at a diesel drag race that you were covering for the media side of what you do for the diesel industry. And now you've got this new foundation that's doing a great thing for the industry. So it's just it's good to know people like you in the industry. I'll put it that way.
Well, I thank you. It's great to have good friends in the industry, such as yourself, not only to say, hey, I'm working with that guy, but to truly be friends outside of business in the industry. Everybody says, oh, it's a big country, it's a big industry. Well, in a way, it's not really that big at all, because most people know your name wherever you're at in the diesel industry. It's kind of a small, tight-knit community, whether it's East Coast or West Coast or everywhere in between. And I've met some great friends here, awesome people in the diesel industry, and I'm just thankful to be friends with them and be able to, some of them I'm able to do good business with, and the others I'm working on it, and I'll be doing good business with them soon.
Yep, I've always said it's a big industry and a small family.
Huge.
Well, that's pretty cool. It's dieselgaragefoundation.org. I pulled it up there. Yeah, so yeah, there's a wealth of information you can find on the website there. You can learn more and yeah, get into the I see the I guess you got the scholarship thing on the website there, the fundraising raffle you've got going on right now. Tell us a little bit more about the Alaska Truck Show, though. I think I caught that in one of the industry headlines a week or two ago. This is going to be something different. Supposed to be a pretty big event, correct?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And I did hear you talk about it here a couple weeks ago, so thanks for mentioning it. Kyle recorded it and sent it to me, and I was like, what? You guys did this? I said, man, you guys are awesome. So this is really cool. So, yeah, I've been helping promote an event up there for the past 5 or 6 years, and did really good helping them grow and everything like that. And this year, we're just doing different things. So I'm like, okay, well, how do I give back to the community? How do I give back to the community that supports me? And I thought, well, let's try to give out a scholarship. Let's go up there, get a good local sponsors, because it's a local show for local Alaskans, to give out a trade school scholarship up there. And so the whole purpose is to have a good 3-day event. We're going to have a dyno event. 1023 Diesel up there is really awesome to bring out their dyno for us. It'll be at the Alaska Raceway Park. Have the burnout contest. We got show and shine for, it's open to gas and diesel pickup trucks, SUVs, and semis for the show and shine.
Okay.
So that way we can have a more open show. And next year is going to be even bigger. We got bigger plans for it, but we're going to get through this year first. We got, I don't know, hot wing eating contest. I want to see somebody eat some ghost pepper hot wings, maybe 15 of those. First one to get through there wins $100. And,
look out.
Maybe a gallon of milk when they're done. And we got pie eating contest and kids Power Wheels racing, and just a good time for people to get out, because everybody's been stuck for the past couple of years for motorsports, and it's a good opportunity for everybody just to kind of get out, let their shoulders down, say, man, you know what, we're done sitting around, we want to get out, we want to have fun, and it's a family fun event that we can go do that. So the whole purpose is to have a really good event. And the last night, we're going to actually have an awards banquet that celebrates and recognizes all of the sponsors and the vendors. And that's where we're actually going to award the trade school scholarship to that lucky winner at that time as well. And they're about they started about $10,000 for a diesel technician or a welder position up there, or a truck driver trade school up there. So we're looking forward to at least giving one out this year. If we raise enough money for two, great. But we are going to definitely make sure we get out that first one out there.
That's cool.
I'm stoked. I can't. How do you put into words your passion of what you're doing and your being able to help somebody? How do you go? I don't know. I don't even know how you say that. You never work a day in your life if you love what you do.
That's right.
I don't know. I'm just excited. I got good friends in the diesel industry, good friends in the automotive industry, and it's just great to give back and help somebody else do a little bit better with what they want to do, and help change their career and help our diesel industry continue to grow and continue to have people there.
Is there a website for to learn more about the Alaska show for some of those who may catch us on the podcast or be listening there?
GreatAlaskanTruckShow.com.
All right, that's great.
I will go ahead and plug that in here in the comments as well. But that's on there as well, and so you can get a lot of that information. Sign up there if you want to be a sponsor, or if you want to do something like we've got some really good sponsors, but we've also got really good donations for the raffle prizes. We're going to have a raffle. We have enough raffle prizes right now to have a raffle every half an hour for 3 days straight.
Wow, that's
So
great.
we want everybody to be involved in it, everybody to win something, and to everybody to go home and have fun and say, hey, man, we got to go have fun and do this. We won a raffle prize because we got a lot of raffle prizes. Great companies have donated to it, and I'm just looking forward to seeing everybody win something. Win something, bring something home, win some money, win some tools. We got O'Reilly's Auto Parts donated $2,500 worth of product from up there. So, and we've got other companies donating stuff. Kyle, we're going to have to, beat him up and drag him up to Alaska with his suitcase full of stuff,
Yeah, count on us. We'll send you a bunch of product to the auction there.
Yeah. Well, see, we got to get you up there now, too, because, I've been trying to get you up there for years. We're just going to have to come and kidnap you and bring you up there and tell them you need a week off so you can go to Alaska.
I need it. Years ago, Eric was the one that kind of connected us to that Alaska market, and Hot Shot Secret had made the trip up to Alaska for the big racing truck show up there, and I did not go that year, and I said, you know what? I was busy. We had a lot going on. I said, I'm going to go next year, and man, that next year hasn't happened. So I'm due, Eric. I'm going to make it up there one of these years. I promise you. I need that break up there.
Well, we'll have to talk to Chris and just say, hey, you know what, Chris? We really need to see this guy during the event. Can you let him come on up and have some fun with us and see if he'll let you out of the office for a little bit instead of tying you down?
I'm all for it.
Yeah, definitely. No, it's great. And like I said, thank you for having me on, both you and Steve tonight. Having me on
for people with
being able
reading
to spread this, and I'm super thankful.
Well,
we appreciate it. Looking forward to the show, and I hope a lot of listeners check out Diesel Garage Foundation. It's really a great thing you're doing, and it's good to see all the support you're getting.
All right.
Well, I definitely appreciate it. There's a lot of cool stuff on there to do, so tons of information all over the place to help the diesel industry.
All right, well, have a great weekend, Eric. It's great to be introduced to you, and we'll have to do it again. DieselGarageFoundation.org, O-R-G. Check that out. All right, we got to get a news break in here. Oh, you know what? And I forgot. I apologize. How could I do that? It's the final day of our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest, and I neglected to give out our keyword. Our first keyword this morning is payoff. Go to tncradio.live or the tncradio.live app, and there is your keyword, payoff, P-A-Y-O-F-F. Especially if you win 10 grand. You could pay off some bills, right? There is keyword number one this Friday morning, thanks to Hot Shot Secret and tncradio.live. And again, this is the final day of the 5-week contest. $10,000 grand prize winner to be pulled Monday at high noon. All right, we'll be back after this on a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Stocks take a nosedive after the best day since 2020. At the closing bell, the Dow losing 1,063 points to close at 32,997. The sharp drop comes one day after a rally on Wednesday following the Fed Reserve's announcement that it was going to raise interest rates. As far as inflation and supply chain issues that are still affecting everything, former Home Depot and Chrysler head Bob Nardelli has some ideas to help.
Let's get the port issues resolved. We've got hundreds of container ships.
At least 3 people are dead who were stabbed to death in Tel Aviv, Israel, after a possible terrorist attack. Police are still looking for the suspect. The attack comes 1 month after another terrorist attack in the city. USA Radio News.
How does Balance of Nature help your body? Well, let's look at the science. Your body is made up of billions of cells. Each one of these cells has a specific job to do inside of your body, from carrying oxygen from your lungs to your brain to fending off diseases and other foreign invaders. So how do you keep these all-important cells healthy? You have to feed them fruits and vegetables. Eating a diet rich in a wide variety of fruits and vegetables will give you all of the necessary nutrients your cells need to carry out their jobs. Balance of Nature provides your body with this wide range of nutrients in the easiest way possible. You don't have to worry about buying, storing, or preparing produce every day. All the nutrition fits easily into your hand. Trust the science and start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and be sure to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code USA.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, if you're up and about tonight, obviously if you're hearing my voice at this moment, live, you're up and about, but if you got clear skies outside, wherever you may be, which we do not here, we've got clouds, but tonight's the peak, as a matter of fact. Final meteor shower of the spring. Thursday night into Friday morning. It's the well-known comet that's billions of miles away from the Earth right now. Yeah, the comet responsible for the Eta Aquarid meteor shower peaking this morning is the Halley's Comet, no less. Perhaps the most famous comet in recent history. And Halley's is right now more than 2 billion miles away from Earth. In other words, it's further away than the planet Neptune. Its most recent pass by the sun was 1986, which I recall. And, of course, it will not fly through the inner solar system again until the year 2061. I won't get to see the next passing, but, yeah, the Eta Aquarid meteor shower peaking this morning. And I say anywhere from 10 to as many as 30 meteors per hour during this time frame. So there you go. Check it out. So the best window of opportunity will be between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. in your respective time zone this morning. So coming up here shortly. So in other words, best viewing time before daybreak. Here this Friday morning. All right, there you go. That's good to talk with Eric there. That's a pretty nifty organization. The Great Alaskan Truck Show coming up later this year. All right. Let's get to Chevy Guy. What's going on this morning?
Well, everything was good until a security guard. I've been coming in this mill for, sawmill for 19 years. And security guard come up and yelled at me about my hard hat. I ordered one of those Western-styled hard hats. And I'm sitting there arguing with this idiot about, it's right there. It's the sign on the side. Inside, it's a legal hard hat, period. And the owner of the mill, talked to him daily. I have it on my head. All 3 owners see me out here with it through the day. And I told him 19 years, ain't nobody said anything about my Western hard hat, even when I wore a bump cap. So it's amazing what will set you off. Just some of the... He just a security guy, rent-a-cop that wanted to act like he caught a big major criminal. I don't get it. So, I mean, hey, what can I say? I'm in the spare truck, and that's one of the issues was that steering thing. It's a 2015, or pardon me, 17 Kenworth. And they said they were replacing that. Now the trick here is, with these steering wheels, it ain't like the old days where you had 3 prongs in your steering wheel, and it could be put on there almost anywhere. You'd be able to see the gauges. But these numbnuts are going to probably hook it back up in the steering wheel is half. These steering wheels have to be right, or you're not going to see your gauges. You won't, if they got it flipped around, you're not going to be able to see your speedometer, temperature, water gauge, or air pressure. So I'm hoping they do it right. But what can I say? They worked on this one. I spent half the morning shooting this sucker with ether. Matter of fact, I was giving it a think while it was airing up. This sucker has ether. It's got a whole pile of rags, and there's nylon ties in here. I have everything in here that would make any red-blooded woman nervous. You know what I'm saying? So, okay. That reason I called, I obtained a 1978 Dodge Ram. Oh, slant six automatic, little short bed thing. One day, I'd like to put a step side bed on the back of it and put some stacks and make it an imitation little red truck. But what I'm getting at is the man told me he's got full, he's got the full synthetic oil in it, in what he's been running. All right, question is will that FR3, will it work in the synthetic oil?
Absolutely. Yep. We blend that FR3 into every single oil we make. From our Group 2, Group 3 blends, which is your semi-synthetic, to the Group 3 synthetic, even all the way up to our Group 4 PAOs. That FR3 will blend in any oil. Matter of fact, we use that in hydraulics. We put that in power steering fluid. So yeah, it itself is actually a combination of some Group 4 and Group 5 esters. So it itself is a synthetic oil. So yeah, it's fine blending in any synthetic oil.
Okay, that's good. It's good to know. It's just refreshing. All I was looking for was a trash truck, and right now the prices on trucks are crazy. Down at the shop, the guy that buys the trucks, he was saying that they don't even think twice on our shop trucks that are wore out, and they're quite old. They're 20 years old. They're still getting $3,000 for them. So this thing here, I'm paying that much for it with a little bit more. So I want to take care of it. But it just seems nice to open up that hood, see a slant six engine there, an alternator. No air conditioning. It's as clean as a whistle. It's just refreshing to see a wall machine. Now to hear about the fuel. He says he's been putting just regular gas in it. Regular. All right. Any suggestions on that old engine, 1978 slant six? What should I be? I mean, I imagine they were still running lead back then.
Yeah, I'm sure they were. The first thing I do is, just like I say with every engine, on the gas side, I'd run some gasoline extreme through that engine. It's a very concentrated cleaner, so any coking deposits or carbon deposits you have built up in the fuel system, or just anything that's built up from your tank to your lines all the way through, going to get a nice clean out of the gasoline stream. And the other thing I'd tell you is we're working on another gasoline product. I don't know how much Chris has divulged yet, but there's another gasoline product coming out that will be more of an everyday use type of product. But understanding your application there, Chevy guy, I think if you're not planning on driving that vehicle a lot, right now we have a gas additive that we keep in our RV lineup, and it's called the RV Premium Gas Treatment, and that has a lot of stabilizer in it. So what we found is that even though it's in an RV lineup, we have a lot of people with classic cars and weekend cruisers and stuff that don't get a lot of mileage on them. It's a great product to throw in the gasoline to keep that gas fresh and keep from oxidizing. So when you do want to hop in it for a weekend cruise and it's been sitting for a week or two, you're going to have some fresh fuel for it too. So through and then follow up with some RV gas treatment.
Okay, sounds great. That was going to be my other one. Because it's going to sit. It's 3 miles to the trash dump, and maybe once a month, 7 miles into town to top off on all my gas cans. And matter of fact, put the mower in the back of the bed, and that thing's huge, and top off on the tank. So you say that would be a alternative to like Stay-Bill. I was thinking using that. So this is this is Hot Shot Secret's answer to that, right?
Yeah. And
It
it's also fully formulated, so you're also going to get a cleaner in there, lubricity. The stabilizer we use in there also, it's a unique stabilizer, a little bit different than on the diesel side. The stabilizer actually acts as a good moisture additive too. So any type of, we do things differently on the gas side. We use an emulsifier as opposed to a demulsifier. On the diesel side of things, we use a demulsifying agent, which basically shocks the diesel fuel, and drops all the water out of solution. So it goes to the bottom to assist the water separator in the diesel unit. On the gasoline side, we actually use an emulsifier. So any of the moisture buildup that you get, especially in a vehicle like that, is going to sit the first time and go through different temperature changes and that fuel tank and build up condensation. It's really good to have that emulsifier in there to that actually encapsulates any of the moisture pass through the system. So I think you're spot on with what you're looking to do, and take a look at that RV gas treatment. Just ignore the RV side, because it's really the application of that product that is with the benefits you're looking to do.
Well, that sounds great. Paying way too much to me. In my brain set, 65, never dreamed I'd be paying over $3,000 for an $800 vehicle. That's my brain set. Things should be cheaper than what they are, but they're not. So you definitely got to use your product. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing how really all these oil companies and all this stuff, gas, oil, it's just enough to get by, keep them from getting in trouble. So it's amazing that you all had come up with this idea to improve on it and make our vehicles last longer, boy. Other than that, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the show.
All right. There you go. Chevy Guy, have a great weekend. Thanks for checking in. All right, so there's actually a full line of what you call RV products. And I guess this is the time of year, if a lot of folks, maybe if they haven't yet, they will in short order probably be breaking out the RVs if they can afford to fuel the damn thing to take it down the highway. But yeah, full line of RV products, one of which I know you get the slide out spray for the slide outs. And I gave a bottle of that to Double R here about 6 months ago. And he said, Steve, that stuff is just amazing. The slide outs just all of a sudden went to almost silent when they were opening up. No more squeaks and squeals and all that.
Yeah, that's a great product. And, unfortunately, that's one of the products that we do not have in stock right now due to that aerosol can shortage. So, and that's a unique product as well, and a very unique aerosol can, because it's a two-part product that must mix when it comes out of the can. So it's very unique. I mean, you can feel it in the can. It is liquid, but as you spray it, it tacks up into almost like a lithium grease type of result. So it converts from a liquid into a thicker paste type grease. And why that's so great on the slide outs is when they're out, when you have the slide outs out, they're exposed to the elements. So any type of lubrication you have in there can tend to get washed away in weather and so forth, and just worn out over time. So people tend to really try to over lubricate those. It's tough to get a good lubrication in there. And the problem is when those slide outs are pulled in, any of that lubrication products out there that are a little more thin, they start to drip, and then you don't really notice it until you're camping and you move the slide outs out, and now on your floor where the slide outs were in, and you got grease all over your floor. So that's just a great product that tacks up very well, sticks to the slide outs, doesn't drip on the floor when they're in, and keeps them well lubricated. But yeah, we're looking to get that back in stock soon, because as you said, we're hitting that RV season where everyone's getting them out and getting them ready, and hoping to get that that supply chain issue fixed here pretty soon.
Yeah, the supply chain issue. I don't know if that's just when we thought it was looking to get better, it seems like it's going downhill again. And hell, here we are now with more shutdowns in China. And boy, oh boy, where does it end? All right, so we're heading toward news break, top of the hour here. Let's quickly jump to, let's see, is it Stopper? I'm not sure what the handle is. Who we got on the line? If it'll pick up. There we are. Is it Stopper? All right, whoever it is not responding. So obviously it's not Stopper, but all right. Well, let's tell you what, we'll get our news break here. Dial us back up. It's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you as we roll into a Friday. All right. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A radical organization called Ruth Sent Us has set up a website directing angry abortion activists to go to the homes of the 6 extremist justices, in their words, 3 in Virginia, 3 in Maryland. Those protests set to take place next Wednesday. This as there's bipartisan support to get additional federal funding for the Supreme Court justices to allow around-the-clock protection for justices and their families.
Because we deal in these matters on a daily basis, to make that kind of threat to the Supreme Court is an attempt to intimidate the justices and a threat to judicial independence.
Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn. AAA reporting the national average for the price of regular gas is up another few cents today to $4.27 a gallon. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
The WHO is releasing a report on coronavirus.
The World Health Organization reported Thursday that it estimates about 15 million people around the world died directly or indirectly from the coronavirus pandemic. That figure is double the more than 6 million that officially died from COVID-19. It should be noted determining exactly how many people have died as a result or indirectly of the pandemic has been difficult. The agency said 84% of the excess deaths were concentrated in Southeast Asia, Europe, and the Americas. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Los Angeles County DA is declining to prosecute the man who allegedly attacked comedian Dave Chappelle. DA George Gascon is sending the case to the LA City Attorney for possible misdemeanor charges. The suspect is behind bars after tackling the comedian on Tuesday night. The man was reportedly armed with a knife. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito canceled a public appearance on Thursday. Alito deciding not to attend a judicial conference after his opinion draft on abortion rights was illegally leaked on Monday. The White House has yet to condemn the leak, but Democratic Senator from Virginia, Mark Warner, has.
I completely condemn the leak, and whoever leaked it, should be prosecuted. I don't have the foggiest idea who did it. Whoever did it ought to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But let's not jump to the conclusion, because I've seen all these theories. And again, this is the kind of, I think, cheapening of America where rules, morals, mores are being undermined on a constant basis.
City leaders in Juneau, Alaska are reaching out to a cruise ship that has reported a COVID-19 outbreak among passengers. The Carnival Spirit is expected to arrive sometime Saturday. Cruise line officials say all infected passengers were dropped off in Seattle before the ship left port. Juneau city leaders are working to determine whether the vessel will be denied the chance to moor. A yacht belonging to a Russian oligarch has been seized by authorities in Fiji. U.S. officials say the oligarch bought the yacht after he was sanctioned in 2018. The ship was thought to be on its way to Russia to avoid seizure when it docked in Fiji. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, so we crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday. Hey, Kyle, you're saying you actually could hear the beaver stuffer, is that correct? Let me see if I can hear you.
Yeah, I could hear him.
Okay, all right, I've got you. I could not hear him. Let me try again, because he dialed us back up. Take two. Are you there, beaver stuffer?
Yeah, I sure am.
Okay, I don't know what happened there.
I sure am.
Okay. Well, happy Friday.
I could hear both of y'all. Well, happy Friday, yeah.
Okay, what's
happening?
happening?
Hamilton.
Yeah, the president.
Yeah, you had some good news for me, man. Heading to Hamilton, I had no idea that the president was going to be there today.
So, do you reside there? Are you going to be delivering there, or?
I got to pick up down there.
Okay. Now, about what time you got to pick up? Because it sounds like it's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everything will be shutting down.
Yeah, that's right. When I got to be there.
Oh boy, good times.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So anyway, I was going to talk about Onaway. I went to the inaugural On Away Big Rig Challenge.
Oh, did you?
And all I can say is if there's rain in the forecast, now, it was quite maybe 2017, 16 they had it. So it's gotten quite a bit bigger. And I don't know how much they've done in updating the whole track. But if it rains, be prepared to get muddy.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. It was like the diesel Woodstock. People slipping and sliding and getting stuck, and it was quite the event. Great time though.
Well, we know Steve controls the weather, so
oh
you'll have to
boy,
take care of.
that's always something you got to be concerned with the outdoor events. That's kind of like the concern for the Convoy coming up Sunday, and I've seen in the past for the Kentucky they're talking some heavy rain in Louisville today, and I'm thinking that infield for the Kentucky Derby where they're supposed to have a full crowd this weekend, that sometimes turns into a Woodstock kind of muddy mess too.
Right. Also, you're in the middle of nowhere, so if you need absolutely anything, you're gonna drive for miles to get it.
I've been warned that by a few people. Yep, that's the first time I've heard that.
Cell phone service, forget about it.
Yeah,
now,
that's
I say,
kind of
it's been a few years.
So I've heard that about the cell phone service being out there. So that's why we're still in the planning stages with the overnight drive and how we're going to pull that off. But we'll get it figured out.
Right. I'm not sure if I'm going to be there. I'm doing the annual ATHS Antique Show, which is the weekend after that, and that's 1,000 trucks. That annual antique show.
Wow.
And so that's quite a bit to do 2 weekends in a row. We'll see. I do have a question for you. I was told that running the everyday diesel treatment, that if the cetane level of the fuel is already quite a bit high, I might actually lose fuel economy. And do you know exactly what that number would be to where it's not even effective to use the everyday diesel treatment?
That's a good question. So to some extent, you're on to something in the fact that cetane is just something you cannot just keep pouring in. There's a gain curve to cetane, so it'd be great to have just a bottle of cetane and you can just move it up, indefinitely. But the lower the cetane in the base fuel that you're working with, obviously there's more room to move it up. And normally we're dealing with a federally mandated 40 cetane minimum, and in all the fuel testing we do, we rarely see even 41 cetane fuel. As we talked before, the refineries, the fuel jobbers, the big purchasers of fuel, they don't have any interest in making that fuel any better than it needs to be to meet standard, and they live in a world of fractions of pennies. So we rarely see a higher level of cetane fuel from the pump. Now you've got places like California that have higher regulations, and I believe they're 50 cetane out there. So, you can get some really darn good high cetane fuel there. Now that being said, so even at a performance dosage of EDT, which is going to give you roughly a 7-point cetane boost on your standard fuel, in a 50 cetane fuel, you'll probably see less of a cetane gain. But there's not a point where you're going to have a reduced mileage due to the cetane. You're just going to run out of the gain curve. I'll give you an example that, an interesting example from my motorsports experience in that we've had some drivers that have, they love to, have the highest cetane fuel they can get. And one of our drivers, Trey Sykes, we call it the Trey Sykes dosage, in-house. And he puts 40 ounces of EDT on a 5-gallon fuel cell. That is a 200 times dosage of what we recommend. So not double dosage, not triple dosage, 200 times dosage. And, and he said, but it just runs great. And we were telling him, you're way past the gain curve. Most of that's wasted, but he's like, I don't care. It works, and I like running it that way. But can you test it, make sure, I'm not harming anything? And we knew that there wouldn't be any harm. He's probably got the cleanest fuel system in the world using that much EDT. But we took it in the lab to measure the cetane gain on it. And the correct dosage on a 5-gallon cell, because it's a race cell, so it's a very small fuel cell, would be 2/5 of an ounce. So you're talking like not even a half ounce of EDT would be a proper dosage for that small amount of fuel. That moved the cetane in that fuel 7 points. The other 39.5 ounces that he added to that 5-gallon cell only moved it another 2 points. So you're getting 7 points out of a half ounce and 2 more points out of 39.5 more ounces. So it goes to show that there is a limit to the cetane that you can add, and it is based on where you're starting at. And so if you've got a source that is giving you a really high cetane fuel, that's great. We love to see it. Will we be able to move the cetane up as much as port fuel? No, but you shouldn't see any mileage decrease from that. There wouldn't be any downside to having too much cetane. But you also got to remember with our EDT, there's a lot of other benefits in there as well. So, with the lubricity and the water dispersant, the fuel stabilizer, certainly the injector cleaner in there. So as you lose some of that advantage on the cetane side, you're still retaining all the other benefits of the product to protect the system and treat the fuel.
I can definitely tell a power benefit, or at least the engine doesn't work as hard. Of course, I use the FR3 as well.
Yep, that's a great combination of the two to free up that engine. And to speak to that FR3 not working as hard, I'll give you another example from one of my motorsports experiences. We sponsor Johnny Gilbert out of Stainless Diesel in Indiana, and he had his race truck on the dyno, and it was measuring, all these different parameters, and one of them was the cubes of fuel used to run the engine. And it's just one of the parameters they monitor. And the race truck was actually idling on the dyno as they poured FR3 in. And on their data, they could see after the FR3 was poured in, even at idle, it reduced the cubes of fuel used on their data, which basically means that engine is working less hard to maintain the same RPM at idle. So yeah, the combination of those two things really free up efficiency in the engine. And as I always tell people, efficiency in the engine either means more MPGs or more power. It depends how you use that right pedal.
I can definitely tell at idle, it actually idles pretty low. To the point where you almost worry about, is the engine not running at a high enough RPM when it's idling. But you can tell the difference there at idle. I barely go through. I think the only fuel filter that we put in the truck is out of just basically might as well do it. I'm at 125,000 miles on this truck. I think we've replaced the fuel filter one time. and that was just
Oh,
not
wow.
a necessity. It wasn't even full. But now, mobile Exxon fuel also, I believe, is a key to that, because before I started using everyday diesel treatment on my old Kenworth with 700,000 miles, it was still about the same, where you would barely even go through a fuel filter, maybe in the winter time. But now if I switch to a different fuel provider, within a week, that you can look in that bowl, and that the fuel level in that bowl and the fuel filter bowl will rise. So the combination between the two, it's excellent. So, I mean, I know Mobile Exxon is not paying for a plug on your show, but
Yeah, and we've always said, if you can find a good fuel source, good consistent fuel source, stick with it, and I mean, really try to plan your travel around being able to refuel at that spot. Now, I will say, from all of our fuel testing, and this isn't a knock on any of the truck stops or fuel providers out there, we've never really found a common thread where there's one provider that always is providing better fuel. It's just all over the map. It's really crazy to see. We've done some national fuel studies, and to see cetane levels across the country, or we've done a lot for cold climate, where we're looking at anti-gel treatments for northern cold climates during the winter, and how much the fuel's treated. And it just differs, not only from provider to provider, but tank to tank across the street. And then we even found, in doing fuel samples from the same location over days, weeks, and months, it changes considerably too. So it really is a crapshoot. So if you found a place that is consistently providing good fuel, hang on to it and fuel up there as much as you can. And if we all had that, and we all had a really good fuel supply, heck, we could retire hot shops. We wouldn't really need it. But unfortunately, all the fuel needs something, and some of it needs a lot. So, and you just really don't know what you get all the time. So that's why we use the products we make, and to give you that added protection, and know that you've going to have fuel that's in spec from treating it yourself.
For sure. Well, thank you guys for your time, and maybe we'll see you up there.
Yeah, we'd love to see you. That'd be great.
Thanks for the heads up, Beaver Stuffer. Good to hear from you. He doesn't check in all that often. He's just once in a blue moon kind of guy. But all right, plenty of room for you. Here we are. Friday, it's 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, back to the calls here on a Friday morning. Let's see, Frank is back with us, I believe. Had a final question. Go ahead, Frank. What can we do for you?
Thank you, Steve, for giving me back on. Kyle, on the rear end and the tranny for the four-wheel drive, what do I use in that?
Well, we offer differential fluid and gear oil as well as transmission fluid. So now on those two products, as opposed to our engine oils, which we have a very wide range of different types of base oil for our engine oils, from our green diamond to our blue diamond, black diamond. We could go through all those, but you're looking at different levels of base oil packages, from semi-synthetic to synthetic, all the way up to a full-blown polyalpha olefin, which is a true synthetic Group 4 that we use. On the transmission and the gear oils, we only offer that high-level blue diamond PAO Group 4 oil. So it's a higher-end oil. Since it's a Group 4, it won't shear. It won't come out of grade. So we literally take that component completely off the table, and we're often seeing 20 to 30 degree reductions in temperature on transmissions. So it's a very severe duty, high-end oil to use for those applications. Short of that, if you're just running with your parts store, conventional type of transmission fluid or gear oil, FR3 is a great product to use in both those applications. And you treat it the same as you would the engine or the power steering, or even, like I said, with hydraulics. It's always a 5% dosage. So if you're running with some parts store transmission fluid and you want to improve the performance of it, then just figure out the capacity that you're adding and treat it with FR3 at 1.5 ounces per quart of oil.
Oh, okay, that sounds great. And after listening to Chevy guy about the gasoline, I got that Stowboat's a 1955 engine, and I use a lead additive to that. Now, if I use your gas additive, do I still have to use that lead?
Yeah, for those engines that were made for leaded fuel, it definitely helps to keep some lead in it. That's not going to. We don't have anything in the formula that actually replaces the lead per se. Now, some of the effects of having the leaded oil, the leaded fuel, some of the symptoms of not having as much leaded fuel is what we're treating with the product. So it's more of a fix to running an unleaded fuel in a leaded situation. But I would still, if you've got access to it, I would still continue to put the leaded fuel in as well.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll be ordering a bunch of that product this weekend, so I just want to make sure I was waiting until you come on the line Friday if I can ask you 2 questions about it. So, thank you, Steve.
Don't forget to use your code Overnight Drive when you check out. All right, get 10% off your order there, Frank.
Well, I haven't used the code for the first-time driver. I'm going to use that this weekend.
All right, there you go.
Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Frank. Have a good morning. All right, we're rolling toward news break. Let me see here, bottom of the hour. How about another keyword this Friday morning? Final day of our $1,000 daily driver bonus contest. Go to tncradio.live. Your chance to win $1,000 cash or the $10,000 grand prize. Actually, every keyword that has been entered since we started the contest all goes back into the virtual hat. And one winner will be drawn for $10,000 coming up next Monday. Your keyword for this hour is great. You know how Tony the Tiger used to say, they're great. That's your keyword, G-R-E-A-T, great. TNCradio.live, the TNCradio.live app on your smartphone. Enter that keyword. It's that simple. All right, so Derby weekend, Churchill Downs, 148th running of the Kentucky Derby. Back to normal, as they're saying, with full capacity this year. No COVID restrictions. And horse racing's biggest names in action, with one notable exception. One Bob Baffert. Yeah, the sport's most prominent trainer, he will not be there after a nearly 9-month investigation. Kentucky horse racing officials earlier this year suspending Baffert for 90 days and disqualified last year's Derby winner, Medina Spirit, for testing positive for that corticosteroid that's not permitted in a horse's system on race day. Churchill Downs also will not permit any Baffert-trained horses to run in the next 2 derbies. Now, Baffert's customary spot in barn number 33, they tell us, has been reassigned. The plaques commemorating his 6 Derby triumphs at this point. Yeah, Baffert's been in winner's circle in 3 of the past 4 Kentucky Derbies, but he still casts a huge shadow over this year's race. 2 of his former horses, as it Taba and Messier, are actually top contenders under the care of a former Baffert assistant. So kind of in a roundabout way, Baffert's presence will be felt. It's Taba, one of the 2. Taba has become a focus of intrigue at Churchill Downs, making the leap to horse racing's biggest stage after just 2 career starts. But he also comes with the best speed numbers in the field, making his entry a battle between raw talent and some inexperience at the same time. So Baffert has an unprecedented success in racing's most lucrative races. His horses have earned more than $330 million. Now, he swept the Triple Crown with American Pharoah in 2015 and did it again with Justify in 2018. Authentic took the pandemic-delayed 2020 Derby. Medina Spirit, who was the first horse to cross the finish line in 2021. All right, we'll get our news break here and back at it on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A radical organization called Ruth Sent Us has set up a website directing angry abortion activists to go to the homes of the 6 extremist justices, in their words, 3 in Virginia, 3 in Maryland. Those protests set to take place next Wednesday. This as there's bipartisan support to get additional federal funding for the Supreme Court justices to allow around-the-clock protection for justices and their families.
Because we deal in these matters on a daily basis, to make that kind of threat to the Supreme Court is an attempt to intimidate the justices and a threat to judicial independence.
Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn. AAA reporting the national average for the price of regular gas is up another few cents today to $4.27 a gallon. This is USA Radio News.
Under the Radar Minute has paid a fee to air this report. This week on Under the Radar Minute, we look at the exploding EV automotive sector. With near global mandates for 100% zero-emission vehicles by 2035, a few public companies are poised to emerge into the spotlight. One little-known company, eSight Motors, trading under the symbol VAPR, has a significant advantage over traditional manufacturers and is just beginning to be discovered. In fact, year-to-date, VAPR's stock has significantly outperformed Tesla, Lucid, Rivian, Nikola, NIO, Canoo, Ford, GM, Jaguar, Volvo, Volkswagen, and all of their subsidiaries. Under a special exemption, eSight is not required to meet any of the safety or other costly certifications of traditional manufacturers. Investors are starting to take notice of VAPR, and it undoubtedly will not be under the radar for long. Do your research now on VAPR at undertheradarminute.com. Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, looks like you may find a little more truck parking out there as of this past day. Travel Centers of America announcing the opening of a new store in Fairfield, Texas. The new 17,000 square foot TA Express off I-45 at exit 198. It's on a 19-acre property, apparently. What do we have here? Some of the amenities: the quick service restaurants, Whataburger, the original fried pie shop, and the deli with hot and cold food options. But 103 truck parking spaces, 8 diesel fueling positions with DEF fluid on all lanes, 9 showers. You got the driver's lounge and laundry facilities. So again, that's Fairfield, Texas, some additional parking there. Under the industry headlines, and let's get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Let's see who we got on the line here.
Yeah, that's Bobby. Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, good morning, Kyle. I got a testimony and a question. I've got a 2003 F-250 with a 7.3 in it. Had over 275,000 miles on it. I bought the friction eliminator, put in the oil. I have never seen oil as black as it was when it come out. So it done its job on cleaning the excess burnt oil on the inside. And my turbo, oh man, you can actually hear my turbo. All right. The transfer case is automatic transmission fluids in it. How do you treat it with the same amount, same way with the FR3?
What was the transmission, did you say?
Transfer case.
Oh, the transfer
It has automatic. Yeah, it has automatic transmission fluid.
Yep. You absolutely can treat that with FR3.
All right. Question number 2 or 3 here. I bought a bunch of your product here a while back. A bunch of it for everything. On your transmission restore. Now I hear everybody saying put 1 ounce to 1 quart, etc. But I've not heard anybody say, do you count the amount of transmission fluid that's in there? I'm talking about the oil converter, everything like it. Say it's a 15 quart transmission. Do you count that as part of the restore to your transmission, or do you just count what's in the belly band?
No, you would count the total capacity, including the converter. So I know if you're, just doing a transmission service, you're not getting all the trans fluid out of there. But as far as the dosage, you want to treat it based on the total capacity, including converter.
Okay. I have not heard nobody ask or anybody suggest that since, everybody's been talking about it. So I wanted to make sure before I done my transmission.
Yeah.
But the product's great. I love it. Use it for my cars and my pickup truck. And just keep on rocking it. Make that diesel win.
Well, we appreciate the support, and we love hearing feedback like that, especially on that 7.3 application with the higher miles. We just love when we hear that those get treated with some stiction eliminator. That's what started the company, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that product and that application. So it's good to hear that people are still finding that and seeing the advantages of it.
I'll tell you what, now, before I started your fuel treatment, I stopped, it seemed like it had a rough eye. I mean, it wasn't RPM, it's just like a half RPM out on the tank. So I use your fuel system, and it flushed it and everything. They sat there and on the tank, it just runs smooth. I mean, it don't jump up or down or nothing. I mean, you can feel the difference. It's like it had a small cam in it, flushed the system, then ever since it just smoothed out. Horsepower, got better horsepower. I can pull that camper of mine down the road and get it. But we appreciate Steve. Thank you for having him on, and thank you for having Steve on for us.
Thank you. Appreciate it there, Bob. Have a great weekend, and thanks for being a part of the show. Let me see. Had a question from one of our friends via the Facebook feed here. Question for Kyle. Does Hot Shot Secret have a transmission fluid for a 14 Civic with an automatic CVT transmission? If you know what that means, because I don't.
I do know what he's saying, and I don't know the answer. I'm going to guess we do. I'm going to have to find out which application it is. We basically have three main transmission fluids, and just as we do with any product development, there's a lot of different transmission fluid specs out there. And as with, same thing with engine oil. The manufacturers put out OEM specs that they want to see a certain additive package at a certain level per additive. Well, there's a lot of crossover with that. And what we do is we really over-engineer these oils so that they not just meet these specs, but far exceed them. So with 3 different transmission fluids we offer, they cover an absolute ton of different specs. So I know a lot of times people are looking for, a Dex 3, if it's depending if it's a Ford or a Chevy application or Mercon. Well, we really kind of exceed all across that spectrum of specs. So we have a Blue Diamond that covers the ATF plus 4 spec, that's common in the Mopar, the Rams, and Chryslers, but that same fluid exceeds the Dex 3 spec. The same fluid exceeds the Merc 5 spec. So I would just have to really figure out exactly which type that Honda takes. And if you go to our website and click on our transmission fluids, you can actually go to, I believe it's called there's a button for applications, and it gives you every single spec that it covers. So if you know your fluid type, I recommend just going to the website and check between those 3 fluids and find out which one yours falls under.
Very good. All right, Dave, I hope that answers your question there. There's lines available at 844-844-3388. I believe we got the Shawnee Big Boy on the line. Hey there.
Good morning. How you guys doing this morning?
Happy Friday.
You got that right. So far, every question I've asked or thinking about was been answered about the transmission. The only thing is, do I need to drain? Okay, you say 1.5 ounce per quart. Do I need to drain so many ounces out of the transmission, or can I just add it to it?
That's a tricky question. The correct answer would be to displace the amount of transmission fluid with the additive. So if you're doing this during a transmission flush or a change, then it gives you the opportunity to leave that much transmission fluid out to make room for the additive, if you will.
Right.
That's really important on the engine side. Engines are a lot more finicky to oil fill levels. Transmissions, generally speaking, have a lot more room for let's call it an overfill. So, even like around at a 5% dosage, if you're at 105, 5% over capacity, 90% of the transmissions out there really don't mind. As you know, a lot of them are hot filled and cold filled. They have different hot and cold fill levels. So the level of transmission fluid moves anyways. So I always advise people, especially if you're, like I say, a lot of people get to our ship restore when they're having an issue. And I tell them, well, before you dump the oil, put some ship restore in there just on top of what you have, because it's not easy to drain a little bit out, just to get some in there and start cleaning it before you do that initial dump. Just like you heard the last caller on the engine side, how much, when he dumped the oil, how much black it was and how much he saw out of it. Well, I want to do the same thing on the transmission side too. So I often advise people to go ahead and put some on top of the transmission fluid when doing that. But during the change, if I have the opportunity, I want to make sure that I'm going right to the factory fill level, so I will displace the oil in that case.
Okay, that's because I'm fixing to do that. I got a 2007 Dodge pickup, and it's got the 5.7. I've only drive it, since I'm over the road, I only drive it maybe 60 miles a week on the weekend, just back and forth to work. And so it's an 07. It's only got 130,000 miles on it. And I'm going to try to keep that truck for a long, long time. And I'm kind of wondering what I need to do with the transmission. Just keep it up.
Yeah.
Right.
Have you done a transmission change yet? A fluid change yet?
No, I'm fixing to do that right now. I didn't know if I should do it now or just leave the transmission fluid and add it to it or what. But I was thinking about go ahead and having my mechanic change everything.
And you think you're on the original factory fill oil in there?
For the transmission, I think so, yeah. I can't remember if I ever changed it or not.
Well, I would advise changing it right now. 127, you're getting there. We always get that question about, if the transmission fluid's been in there too long, do you leave it in there? And there's a lot of argument for that. So you're right at that you're going to start pushing that limit soon. So I think now is the opportunity to go ahead and flush it and put some fresh transmission fluid in there. And you throw some FR3 in, or if you go with one of our transmission fluids, which already has the FR3, that's going to be the best thing for long-term preventative care to keep that thing going for another 127,000.
Sounds like a plan. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. You have a good day.
Thank you, big boy. Appreciate you listening in. Have a great weekend. Hey, and happy Friday. It is 844-844-3388. Back into here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as we roll toward top of the hour, news update about 10 minutes away. Came across this little scenario that might be interesting for some out there if you're a subscriber to internet services from Frontier Communications. Apparently, they've been selling what they called high-speed internet, which wasn't worth a crap, apparently. According to the Federal Trade Commission, that they're going to have to back up their claims A proposed order this past day accusing the company of charging high-speed prices for slow-speed service. They said the proposed final order, which was approved unanimously 4-0 in the U.S. District Court for the District of California, Frontier lied about its speeds and ripped off customers by charging high-speed prices for slow service. According to the FTC's Bureau of Consumer Protection, this proposed order requires Frontier to either back up its high-speed claims. It also arms customers who were kind of lured in with their lies for free, easy options to drop the slow service. Now, the FTC alleged Frontier failed to provide many customers with the maximum speeds that they were promised, and that the speeds they received fell far short of what was actually being touted in the plans they purchased. Not real familiar with Frontier, if they're all over the country or just a regional kind of thing. I don't know that they're available in our area. Like I said, not familiar with them, but if you do happen to have Frontier internet, yeah, that may answer your question about why you nothing like high-speed internet with dial-up service. Remember the days when you had to dial up the modem and wait for it to kick in, Kyle?
I remember those days, yep.
And you could actually watch photographs loading on the computer screen. Weren't those the days?
The old AOL sound.
Yep. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I said, you've got mail. Remember that?
Oh, yes. Oh, man. Times have changed. Hey, is this Scarecrow, I believe it is.
I can hear that damn squealing right now. Between that and waiting for an image to load on the screen. I tell you, they call that the good old days, right?
That's right.
To hell with that damn hump day crap. It's Friday.
There you go.
Don't let anybody kid you on that. Kyle, welcome aboard here.
Well, thank you.
I'm about to become the caretaker of a 2020 Ford Ranger with that little 4-cylinder Econo boost. I'm up here in Wisconsin. My kid's going to be dragging it from Sacramento along with a camper behind it while he spends a couple of years in Korea. And he wants me to, run it routinely, use it, keep everything in motion and such. Now, it's only got about 20,000 miles on it. I'm pretty sure he just change the oil on it. I think it's Mobile One most likely. Now, he's Mr. Titan penny pinching to begin with, depending on what he's spending the money on. He had no problem spending $300 on an inverter for the camper to keep a couple fish of our granddaughter alive on the trip. Yet he tracks his fuel mileage pretty regular, and if he drops a mile per gallon for the week, he's spitting tax. I'd love to be able to do a little something to post that number. Now, the hotshot, the Stiction Eliminator, is there enough miles on that vehicle to mess with that yet, or could I think about going right to the FR3?
How many miles did you say? Was it 20,000?
About 20,000, yeah.
Yeah, you could probably benefit from the keep clean dosage. I don't think there would be a need to do the initial full clean out dosage, which is 4 ounces per quart. But a 2 ounce per quart dosage would get any starting varnish buildup out of there. You're not going to have much though, and as I said earlier, the FR3 actually has good cleansing properties to it as well. Our FR3 is in the Stiction Eliminator, and so it's actually one of the things that helps with the Group 5 esters to return any of that varnish back into solution. And you're right on that level. You could probably just go right to the FR3, and it would get any buildup varnish cleaned out of there. It would just take it a little bit longer. But then running the FR3 going forward will prevent that buildup from even starting. So I'd either advise the half dosage of Stiction one time and then switch to FR3, or just go straight to the FR3. And I will tell you, if you're looking to improve the mileage on that, especially those EcoBoosts, that's the small turbo, right? It's a small engine turbo.
Yeah, right.
Yep. So all the stuff that we've learned on the diesel side of things, which commonly is a turbo application, is really becoming an issue on the gas side as more and more of these small engines are being built, these small platforms with turbos on them, and they're running into the issues that we've been dealing with on the diesel side for such a long time. And it's really pretty simple. It's the fact that turbo bearing really sits in, about a thumbnail amount of oil. So it is very easy to really start to coke up that oil there and burn it. Now, just as we know on our diesels, the shutdown to cool us off, there's a lot of automatic built into the PCMs of these vehicles now to help cool that on shutdown. So they've tried to address the problem, but you can't avoid that. It's just such a small amount of oil lubricating that turbo bearing that they get gummed up pretty quick. I think you'll see very quickly, as good as that truck probably runs now, since it's not a long, high mileage buildup, FR3, or like I said, the half dosage Stiction will clean that turbo bearing real quickly. And you'll hear it whistling again, kind of like the last caller was talking about with his 7.3 cleaning out that turbo. So we're just seeing a lot more on these new gasoline small engine turbos, really cooking that oil. So yeah, I think you'll see a nice gain out of the FR3.
Okay, well, I'll have to flip the coin on it. I got a fair inventory of everything sitting on the shelf there. I'm really curious to get a report from him how it handles coming over the mountains. He's been really pleased with it, moving the camper around on the level ground down where they're sitting at right now. But it's about a 4,000-pound camper. My thoughts are that's plenty of load for a little four-cylinder. But yeah, time will tell there.
And I also advise to do some gasoline extreme on the gas side as well, just to get that cleaned out and return that system to full operation from any deposits you have in there. And as I kind of mentioned earlier, and I leaked out that we are working on another gasoline product. What started that development was a lot of the feedback that we got from our gasoline extreme, which was really designed to be a one tank cleaner that you use every 6,000 to 10,000 miles. In some of our field testing, we were getting a lot of reports back of mileage gains on it. And there was a pretty linear line based on the age of the vehicles or the mileage of the vehicles, which was obvious. The older the vehicle is, the more there was to clean out, so the more gain there was. But even on some of the new vehicles and the very low mileage vehicles, we saw a lot of reported gains in mileage, which we couldn't really explain at first, considering we're coming from a cleansing angle. And if it's new, how is cleaning really helping? Well, it turns out that we found it's really a lot of the lubrication that we added into that product. And what we found was it really created like a nice upper cylinder lubricant. So as we do a good job with the FR3 on, the bottom side, on the, keeping those cylinders well lubricated, on the top end too, even adding some of that lubrication to gasoline really freed up the efficiency on the top side of that cylinder. So that's kind of the angle that R&D is going down right now with the new gas product we're working on. But it looks like we'll be able to improve mileage on the fuel side for gas applications now as well.
All right. Well, we'll keep our eye open for that one too. And then just a side note here, somewhat of a favor to Steve now. He's probably going to be a little reluctant to ask for any time off here.
Yeah.
He may. Yeah, you know what's coming, don't you, Steve? The end of June, we got a little tractor pull going on up here in Wisconsin, and I know back during Matt's, he'd been looking forward to taking in the pull there. Well, he didn't do it. Well, my thoughts are, what better than to go to a supernational pull to get the full feel for it. I had a little research the other night showed that Hot Shot Secret was NTPA Manufacturer of the Year last year, and given that
Toma, Wisconsin.
Toma, yeah, that's right. That's
yeah.
In fact, that's pretty much our backyard. It's only about 45 minutes from our house there, so I guess we call that our home track there.
That's one of the NCAA's big events, and we traveled out there last year. I think we're coming out this year. Let me check the schedule real quick. Do you know about when that is?
June,
probably the
23rd to the 25th.
Oh,
that's
looks
3
like
days.
It might have got pulled from our schedule. We went there last year. I think we were scheduled to go there. Looks like I'll be at a race in Tennessee. Josh was heading out there. I think because of new baby, he's not going to be able to leave the house yet. But we might be still covering that, so I'll let you know. Or maybe we send Steve up as a replacement of us. Steve can represent Hot Shot.
There you go, Steve.
Well, I saw that photo.
Now.
You sent me a photo when with your YouTube pilot son was sitting there at 2 years old next to a big tractor. Did you used to actually pull, or was that just somebody's tractor you were sitting in front of?
No, that tractor belonged to Steve Johnson. Now, Steve was a co-owner of a trucking company that I drove for 24 years, and Steve and I were actually best of buds, and so I was able to participate in a lot of the creation of that tractor. And do you have to go to a break here, Steve?
Yeah, about 4 minutes ago.
I'd like to follow up on this story a little bit if you want to take that.
Okay, more than happy to. Yes, so we've got plenty of room. It's 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Friday final hour. We got a full hour yet to fill, though, so jump on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A radical organization called Ruth Sent Us has set up a website directing angry abortion activists to go to the homes of the 6 extremist justices, in their words, 3 in Virginia, 3 in Maryland. Those protests set to take place next Wednesday. This as there's bipartisan support to get additional federal funding for the Supreme Court justices to allow around-the-clock protection for justices and their families.
Because we deal in these matters on a daily basis, to make that kind of threat to the Supreme Court is an attempt to intimidate the justices and a threat to judicial independence.
Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn. AAA reporting the national average for the price of regular gas is up another few cents today to $4.27 a gallon. This is USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
The WHO is releasing a report on coronavirus.
The World Health Organization reported Thursday that it estimates about 15 million people around the world died directly or indirectly from the coronavirus pandemic. That figure is double the more than 6 million that officially died from COVID-19. It should be noted determining exactly how many people have died as a result or indirectly of the pandemic has been difficult. The agency said 84% of the excess deaths were concentrated in Southeast Asia, Europe, and the Americas. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The Los Angeles County DA is declining to prosecute the man who allegedly attacked comedian Dave Chappelle. DA George Gascon is sending the case to the LA City Attorney for possible misdemeanor charges. The suspect is behind bars after tackling the comedian on Tuesday night. The man was reportedly armed with a knife. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito canceled a public appearance on Thursday. Alito deciding not to attend a judicial conference after his opinion draft on abortion rights was illegally leaked on Monday. The White House has yet to condemn the leak, but Democratic Senator from Virginia, Mark Warner, has.
I completely condemn the leak, and whoever leaked it, should be prosecuted. I don't have the foggiest idea who did it. Whoever did it ought to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But let's not jump to the conclusion, because I've seen all these theories. And again, this is the kind of, I think, cheapening of America where rules, morals, mores are being undermined on a constant basis.
City leaders in Juneau, Alaska are reaching out to a cruise ship that has reported a COVID-19 outbreak among passengers. The Carnival Spirit is expected to arrive sometime Saturday. Cruise line officials say all infected passengers were dropped off in Seattle before the ship left port. Juneau city leaders are working to determine whether the vessel will be denied the chance to moor. A yacht belonging to a Russian oligarch has been seized by authorities in Fiji. U.S. officials say the oligarch bought the yacht after he was sanctioned in 2018. The ship was thought to be on its way to Russia to avoid seizure when it docked in Fiji. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Here we are, final hour, off and rolling. Friday. So we're looking at what, 6th day of May, right on the heels of May the 4th be with you, followed by Cinco de Mayo. I guess it's just a regular old Friday, May the 6th today, right? Nothing special. But Mother's Day weekend coming on, right? Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. So we can get back to Scarecrow. All right, we were talking some NTPA action, and I was looking at, boy, it ain't cheap to go to, if you want to go to all 3 days, like $110 for a ticket for all 3 days there in Toma, Scarecrow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's never been a giveaway, but you get 4 or 5 solid hours of entertainment by it breaks down to hourly, not too bad a deal.
Okay.
I mean, they run twin tracks all the time. They did experiment with 3 tracks several years back, but I think that just got too confusing for the spectators and whatnot. Yeah, that's right, Kyle. That picture that Steve referenced, that 2-month-old that he mentioned, that's the owner of that Ford Ranger that I was just talking about. Yeah, he's headed for Korea. He's director of operations for our U2 program over there. So either way, yeah, that tractor, it was built. If the name Rick Kipley comes to mind at all, if it rings a bell, he used to live up in Sauk City, Wisconsin. He had a little bitty shop, but he was the motor man for pretty much the top tractors in the country at that time. This would have been the early to mid 80s. And this was about the time when the Rodak, motors came out, or not the Rodak, the Aries. They were really hitting the scene. And he built triple motor Aries that were kicking ass on the, 5 and 6 motor, tractors and whatnot. But this little tractor that he built for Steve, the old wedge style frame, because it was Rick's feeling that little bit of twist that the torque blade to it, that was a key to getting that rear end to hook up. And that tractor, she'd pick the wheels up about a foot off the ground, just to transfer all the way back, and it would launch. And just to be different, they run a couple Donovan motors. They were 540s. We experimented with 570s, but 540 seemed to be a stronger combination. And not that it makes any difference, but Don Garlitz used to have those motors in some of his cars at one time. But Kipley, for all the success in tractor pulling, he was heading up. He built transmissions just for pulling. He also was building the motors for Matt Kenseth when he was in the Grand National Series. I think that led into the Busch Series. Now, when Kenseth disappeared from the scene, when Jack Roush picked him up, Rick disappeared. His shop closed up, and everybody said, well, he went south. Well, we never did find out, what became of him. We just speculate that he maybe went to work for Jack Roush, with the Kenseth, deal. But either way, and at last we heard, I did a little research on him. He was the motor man for the first car to ever turn Road America in under 2 minutes. Now, times have certainly, picked up the pace, since then, way back then. But so either way, yeah, Steve did well with that tractor. Rick said that when he built that, he was building it as if it were going to be his own. It was the one that he was aiming for, and it targeted the 5,200 pound class back then. And we carried weights around to run the 7,000, as well as the 9,000 at the state level and whatnot. But I think it was 88. Steve won the Grand National title, as well as a couple state classes titles. His daughter was 17 at the time. I think she even took one of the state titles. As he's always said, for all the mistakes she made, the tractor was just so strong that shucks, we had, I think, 500 to 600 pounds of movable weight, which was phenomenal for a 5,000 pound tractor.
Yeah.
But either way, my thoughts are, if a person is interested in tractor pulling, one of the Grand National, it's not called Grand National, it's Super National. You're going to see it all then. And my thoughts, Toma, it's often been voted the top pull of the year by the pullers themselves. So for what it's worth, that's what I have to offer today.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your comments on the EcoBoost there.
Thank you, Scarecrow. Yeah, so Scarecrow knows his NTPA, I guess. So, all right.
He sure does.
I got an email from Santa Claus here. Says, morning, Steve and Kyle. I've got an '07 Toyota Tundra with the famous Tundra tick. For a couple days after I change my oil, it goes away, then it's back. Can you maybe suggest any products that might resolve that issue, the Tundra tick?
Wow. I can't say I've heard of the Tundra tick, but I have heard a lot of the fill-in-the-blank tick. We're doing a lot of research right now on the Hemi tick for the Gen 3 modern Mopar Hemis. We're doing some research on the LS tick for the LS motors. So I'm not surprised there's a Tundra tick as well. I don't want to group them all into the same issue. And I don't know exactly what's going on with the Tundras, but I'll certainly pass that along to R&D to take a look at. But most of the time, it's lifter related. And it depends on the application. What we're working on a formula right now for both the LS and the Hemis, as I said, and they both kind of started with testing with Stiction Eliminator first and foremost. We saw a lot of reduction in noise. We do like decibel testing just as a baseline, and we've been able to reduce the sound of the tick in both the LS and the Hemi quite a bit. But you guys know Chris well, and just by reducing sound, although that is a benefit to the vehicle owner, it's often not necessarily completely addressing the problem too. We're almost kind of treating the symptom with the sound. So it's still in R&D right now. I will pass along the Tundra experience and have them add that to something to look at. In the meantime, I would recommend Stiction Eliminator. I think the solution is going to come somewhere close to that formula, if it's not that formula itself. And I know what they're doing right now is independently testing the FR3 to determine if its advantages as part of the Stiction Eliminator, if we need the Stiction Eliminator, or if one of the components of the FR3, the nanocarbon technology we use, is helping it. But we should have more info on that this year. It's something we started working on last year, so I'll let them know about the Tundra. But I'd recommend Stiction first and foremost and see if that can't calm that tick down a bit.
Okay. Now, he also said, are you going to be in Sacramento for Sacramento Raceway again this year?
I'm not. They just had that same race. Oh man, I think it was about a month ago. I was at another race, so I wasn't able to make it out there. But that is going to be pretty much a regular race for us. So I'm sure I should be there next year. I believe that race is held in March or April every year at the Sacramento Raceway. So I should be back next year, but I don't think I'll be back out there this year. Well, I do have a SEMA event coming up in the end of the year, but no more races out there until next year.
All right. Well, speaking of upcoming events, I guess we'll get a quick time out here, and we do need to talk about the Everyday Diesel Treatment Challenge and some of the events. I guess obviously you've got a racing season just got underway. You've got a lot of events on the slate. You're going to be traveling here and there around the country in the coming months. So we'll pick up there after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, on a Friday morning. All right, before we get back to the calls here, you want to start with the EDT challenge? What's the EDT challenge?
Hey, well, I got to give you a quick puppy update. I just had a quick potty break for the puppy, and I kept my eye on her this time, and I figured out how she got out. This little 6-month-old puppy has learned how to climb a chain link fence.
Climb it?
I mean, like literally put her paws in it and started climbing. I grabbed her. I almost lost her again.
Wow, just climbing the... I'll be darned. What the hell?
I've got a hands full now with this thing. I don't know what I'm going to do. But yeah, let's talk EDT challenge. It's we've got a cool promotion running this summer that we're encouraging people out there to take the EDT challenge. And as we know, with these fuel prices now, it's really hitting our wallet. And as a lubricant company, as an additive company, we see a lot of new customers when, people think that fuel costs enough. The last thing they want to do is buy some additive to put on top of it. But we see a lot of new customers right now, and rightfully so. And so we're really trying to challenge people to give our product a try right now when the fuel prices are hurting us the most. And so we're putting up this EDT challenge. As you know, we always have a full money-back guarantee. So we're encouraging people who have never tried the product to try it. And as the fuel prices come up, the mile per gallon savings, the payback on it goes up as well. So the higher the fuel prices, the more affordable the fuel additive then becomes in comparison. So, and I think I heard one of your new ads play during the commercial break, and you kind of broke it down. I always like to explain that, especially for our truckers out there with these big fuel cells, if you're getting 200 gallons of fuel, and let's do this conservatively, let's say it's $5 a gallon. I think I just filled up with $5.60 in my Ram. It was tough, but $5 a gallon, 200 gallons, you're paying $1,000 for that 200 gallon. And if we go, let's just call it the performance dosage of EDT. So we're doing the double dosage. The treatment on that would be, a 16-ounce bottle. That's about $20 at retail, and that's the full dosage, which we see generally 4, 5, 6, 7% gain. But we're going to guarantee you a 3% gain. That's at a minimum. So if we can get that mileage, say you're doing 5 miles a gallon out there. If we get that to 5.15, just a 3% gain, that 3% return, on $1,000, that's $30 back. The product that's only a $20 treatment. You're getting paid $10 to use the product. So the mileage itself is very easy to get paid back on, and not to mention all the other benefits of the product that we always talk about, the lubricity to protect the fuel system, the moisture dispersant, this fuel stabilizer, the injector cleaner. You're getting all that while you're getting that cetane boost, which is helping out with that mileage. So we're encouraging people to take the test, take the EDT challenge, and post videos. We want to see it. We want to see your mileage gain, and we're doing a contest with some of our social media influencers out there. Shout out to our guy JW Montoya, one of our YouTubers, a big diesel guy, and he's gonna pick some winners that make the best videos. We're giving a grand prize out of a $150 gift card to HotShotSecret.com, a 5-pack of EDT, and a big Yeti roadie cooler, $250 Yeti cooler. Second prize is going to get a $100 gift card and an EDT 5-pack, and then we're going to have a third prize of an EDT 5-pack. So just one of those things that we really want to throw out there and let people know that as these fuel prices get up there and get painful, we really want to encourage you to try the product. And like I said, if you don't get the fuel mileage gain, we're telling you, if you're unhappy in any way, give us a call, shoot us an email, send us a text message. We'll give you your $20 back. But I think what you're going to find is you're going to get more than $20 of mileage back in there, as well as all the other benefits. So look for that EDT challenge. We're going to be pushing it a lot this summer.
And when I recorded that spot here, that was when the diesel prices had just surpassed the $5 mark. And during that first hour, when you were out there looking for the puppy, I shared this story. Someone had posted that this talk about diesel shortages in the Northeast. He said, I can confirm that. I said, I hadn't heard anything about it, so I did a quick search, came across the Washington Post story, and they're almost at crisis mode in the Northeast. That's why there was an 80-cent per gallon jump in diesel last week alone. They're $6.69 a gallon at some of the stations.
Wow!
In Pennsylvania right now, $6.69. So if you're saving at $5 a gallon at these numbers, I mean, I never thought we'd see these kind of prices pushing towards $7 a gallon in the Northeast.
That's crazy. I haven't heard that. I did hear something, or I saw something on Facebook about some fuel shortages, but I hadn't looked into it yet.
Well, that's what it's all about. That was the big shot. I guess they got the latest inventory numbers there in the Northeast, and apparently, the inventory, the storage is almost empty, and they don't know what they're going to do. And the refining capacity is not there. Over the last 10 years, they've got half the refining capacity they had at that point in time, and the demand is going up. So who knows where the prices are going to go.
Wow. That's crazy.
That makes I mean, no doubt about it. It's going to be in your best interest to be using the everyday diesel treatment. Yeah, see, there's a Mother's Day special going right now. We talked to a couple guys that, hey, I'm going to be making a big order this weekend. Looks like you're going to toss in a free bottle of FR3 friction reducer with any order over $99 for Mother's Day here.
Yeah. Every mom needs some FR3,
right? Maybe that. Now, did you send your mom some FR3 along with the chocolate you mailed her?
I did put some Gas Extreme in there. Yeah, she needed some. So hopefully she doesn't drink that and just eats the chocolate. But yeah, there's a little hot shot secret in that package.
A little bonus. And I also saw that there's a special deal going right now if you're out there and you want to pick up some stiction eliminator while you're on the road. Love's Travel Centers and Country Stores has the deal going. You buy 2 stiction eliminator, 2 quarts, and you get a $20 My Love's Rewards card, I guess. So for those that...
Yeah, that's a really good deal. And I know we got quite a few retail deals going on right now. Pilots also got 2 Diesel Extreme 64 ounces, and you get $10 in Pilot rewards too. So whether you got Love's rewards out there or Pilot rewards, there's a good time to get some free rewards out of that purchase. And you had mentioned earlier, I know you're talking about the new TA that opened. They're now carrying the EDT. So for those of you that want to try that EDT challenge and stop by TAs or Petros, they got the 16-ounce bottles in stock now. So it's a new product added to their lineup. Always happy to see that product added to another retailer and make it more available for everybody out there.
All right, good deal. Let's get our news break in here. We'll come back with more of your calls. Heat Wave will be checking in here. Looks like Gilligan's on board. It's 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A radical organization called Ruth Sent Us has set up a website directing angry abortion activists to go to the homes of the 6 extremist justices, in their words, 3 in Virginia, 3 in Maryland. Those protests set to take place next Wednesday. This as there's bipartisan support to get additional federal funding for the Supreme Court justices to allow around-the-clock protection for justices and their families.
Because we deal in these matters on a daily basis, to make that kind of threat to the Supreme Court is an attempt to intimidate the justices and a threat to judicial independence.
Texas Republican Senator John Cornyn. AAA reporting the national average for the price of regular gas is up another few cents today to $4.27 a gallon. This is USA Radio News.
Under the Radar Minute has paid a fee to air this report. This week on Under the Radar Minute, we look at the exploding EV automotive sector. With near global mandates for 100% zero-emission vehicles by 2035, a few public companies are poised to emerge into the spotlight. One little-known company, eSight Motors, trading under the symbol VAPR, has a significant advantage over traditional manufacturers and is just beginning to be discovered. In fact, year-to-date, VAPR's stock has significantly outperformed Tesla, Lucid, Rivian, Nikola, NIO, Canoo, Ford, GM, Jaguar, Volvo, Volkswagen, and all of their subsidiaries. Under a special exemption, eSight is not required to meet any of the safety or other costly certifications of traditional manufacturers. Investors are starting to take notice of VAPR, and it undoubtedly will not be under the radar for long. Do your research now on VAPR at undertheradarminute.com.
Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results. Invest wisely.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hey, let me throw another keyword your way. It's the final day of the $1,000 daily driver bonus. Your chance at $1,000 and a shot at the $10,000 grand prize. Winner, that's going to be pulled next Monday at high noon. If you want to head on over to tncradio.live. I'm going to pass a keyword your way that's not really supposed to be coming up till later this morning, but obviously Tom Kelly's sleeping right now. If you've been up listening all night, you're probably not going to be up between 9 and 11 a.m. So go to tncradio.live, enter the keyword FAME. F-A-M-E, FAME. All right? Simple as that. There's a bonus keyword here on a Friday morning from Hotshot Secret and tncradio.live. Let me see. Email, Morning Steve Sommers and Chris Gabrelchik. Hey there, Chris. Good to have you with us. That's Kyle this morning there. Coffee up. Happy Friday. Thanks for all you do. I'm ready to depart Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back to Fort Wayne. He's moving the GM stuff. Have a great day. That's Truck and Phil Semper Fi from Michigan this morning. Hey, you've got, we talked a little bit about, you kicked off the racing season there for the Outlaw Diesel Series. So busy season coming up. What's on your schedule in the coming weeks?
Oh, we got a bunch lined up, and yeah, we just kicked off the season. You know, and I need to give a shout out to Jeremy Wagler at Wagler Motorsports Park. He really stepped up this past week to host our season opener, because the original opener in North Carolina got canceled and due to some track issues. So he stepped up, and last minute we moved the opener from North Carolina to Indiana, and what a great weekend we had. I don't think I mentioned earlier, Hotshot Secret Racers swept all classes again. So
really?
We've got the defending champion in every single class after last season, and now to kick off the year, we had a winner in every single class. So shout out to our guys out there kicking butt on the Hot Shots team. And I want to encourage our listeners, if you guys ever want to come out and see these diesel drag racing, especially this Outlaw Diesel Series we're in, the Wagler Motorsports Park is one to go to. We go back there later in the season. That's when the Shy Diesel Extravaganza, which is in its, 26th, 27th year. It's one of the longest running diesel events in the country. And they put on a show. And funny story about it, for years it was held in Terre Haute, Indiana. And it brought a lot of money into that town. And but it also brought a lot of diesels into the town. So, some of the Karens of the city were complaining, and there's just too many diesel trucks running around this weekend, and the local town council also knew how much money it brought to the community, and they finally parted ways. And Shy Diesel said, "Okay, well, if you don't like it after 25 years, we'll pack up." And Wagler Motorsports Park welcomed them, and it's in Lyons, Indiana, in the middle of nowhere, in just farm country, and it's got room for big rigs. They have a big show and shine. They've got camping spots there he's put in now. They've got some electric and some non-electric sites, but it is one of those places that you can get a big rig into, park it for the weekend. The Shy Diesel, I'm looking at my schedule here. That next time we go back is in the fall. It's August 26th and 27th. So I'll let you know when we get closer to that one. But that's one I'd love to see some of the big rigs at. They have a big pole that goes on throughout the weekend. They got drag racing. They got a concert. They got a show and shine. It is just a good time. So it was nice of him to host us this past week, and we'll be going back there in August. So I'll be plugging that, as that's when I want some of the truckers to show up to. And except for Horse Feathers, he's not invited because it rains, and we don't like that at racetracks.
Yeah. Speaking of rain, I thought we were going to have a break in the rain today, and I was going to get out there and mow down those dandelions again. But no, the rain has begun, and it looks like it's going to rain much of the day here today. All right, let me get back to the calls here. Heatwave checks in this morning. Morning, Heatwave.
Good morning again, Senor. Senor Kyle, how you doing this morning?
Good. How you doing, Heatwave?
Oh, not too bad. Hey, first thing, Steve, on your app page and your Facebook page, the volume is fluctuating from sounding real good to sounding real quiet, and y'all might want to take a look, see at it at the end of the show.
Is it quiet during the commercial breaks? Because I told we loaded new stop sets this morning, before the show, and I know the audio levels are way low on those. We're going to have to get those redone and bumped up.
Well, it seemed like to me, if I can remember right, of course that was just a few minutes ago, but it seemed like to me the ads were a little bit louder than what you doing live. That your live was a little low. So, but talking to you on the telephone, everything sounds all right. So that's out of the way, and two more things. I was going to talk about the bearings in the Dodge pickups, diesels, and the turbo bearings. Now, is the turbos, are they cooled off using the engine oil? Is that cycled through to the bearings themselves, or are those independently sealed?
No, those share the engine oil.
Okay. I had a gentleman come out who had installed windows in our house last January, or last year. And he come by and he was doing some checkup on my windows, and he was complaining about his pickup. I guess the original equipment turbo had blown up, and he was in the shop for about 3 months waiting for another turbo. And he said it ran for another 3 months, and that turbo blew up. So I don't know if how long it would take for those bearings to get a stiction on it to where they don't want to move. I don't know if he turned that pickup off immediately after he stopped, put it in park and just immediately turned off, or if he lets it go a little bit to cool down. But I don't know if I want to ask you to speculate. But have y'all heard anything about the turbos going bad in Dodges where they have to have a recall, or could this been something where the oil that he's using is getting burnt up real quick and putting a stiction on the bearings in there?
And this is a newer model?
I think he said it was a 2016. It's a 3/4 ton heavy duty, because he pulls a twin axle trailer behind him. It's enclosed, and that's where he has all his windows and repair equipment in. And apparently, it's a pretty heavy duty pickup for that trailer.
Huh.
But he just,
a Cummins?
I'm assuming so, yes.
Yeah, so 6.7. Yeah, that's not common. Those turbos are pretty stout, and any turbo out there, kind of as I mentioned earlier with the small engine gasoline turbos, even the bigger turbos we see on the diesels, it's the same thing. That bearing's sitting in just very little oil, so it does coke up and burn. But to have them get to the point of failure that quick, there's something else going on there. And I wouldn't say that's common, because we'd hear about that a lot more if it was that premature of a failure. So I don't know. I haven't heard that to be common, and I wouldn't think that's at least to the point of recall yet, because we keep our ear to
Anybody there? There you are.
OEM problems quite a bit. So
okay, I'm sorry. I must have went. I must have went through a dead zone here at right next to Edwards Air Force Base. So okay, well I did tell him to get y'all's product and put it in the crankcase and see if that doesn't help him out any. But I told him he should call in and say he's a first time caller to get the code. So hopefully he does in the next couple of days, if he hasn't done so already. So, all right. Well, other than that, I just want to say to all the women out there, Happy Mother's Day. And if you don't have a child of your own, I'm sure there's someone that looks up to you as a mother figure. So a happy Mother's Day to you as well. So with that, y'all have a good weekend, senors, and we'll holler at y'all next week.
Thank you, Heatwave. Thanks for checking in. I did see a headline alluding to looks like they're finally, firefighters, that is, finally getting trying to get an upper hand of the wildfires burning out there, the big one. The winds died down yesterday, and really made some significant progress. This blaze has now burned 258 square miles of alpine forests and grasslands, southern tip of the Rocky Mountains. That's in New Mexico. So hopefully making more progress out there over the weekend. And we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout in here. And I need to see if we can get an update. Everyone always inquires with Chris when he's on the first Friday. Yeah, any update on the tire hog? Making any progress there? We'll touch on that coming up right after this here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, on a Friday, TGIF, what do you say? Any progress on the tire hug, or are we still producing plasma balls, I believe was the word he gave?
I did hear that we are making oil. So they've made some progress on it. I got to swing around with, I've been on the road the last couple, or actually been off the last couple Mondays after I get back from traveling. So I missed some of our management meeting updates, but I'll have to check with Kevin. But last I heard, they made some big progress and started really producing some oil out of the backside. I saw some new bins of tire chips in, so that means they're running some more tires through it and dialing it in, so it's going the right direction.
Okay, all right, because that's, I mean, once they get that, if they can get that damn thing up and running, finalized, that's a big invention that Chris came up with.
It certainly is.
All right, let me get to Gilligan. Here's we head down the home stretch this Friday morning. Hey, what you got, Gilligan?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Morning, Kyle. Yeah.
Morning.
Hey, Steve, you was talking about Frontier Communications there earlier.
Yep.
I figured I'd call in and touch on that. Years ago, I had Frontier, and I tell you, their service really was horrible. They're still in my area, and I've always served it. Well, I had it years ago, and it was nothing but dial-up, it seemed like. When they did go to digital, like a 06 or so, it was slower than what others was. But here's a funny story about them. When I moved back to the area I live in now, I called them. It was wanting to get internet because they're the only provider. I wanted to get a home phone. They swore up and down they couldn't find me. I said, well, the house has been here for almost 50 years. What do you mean you can't find me? Says, well, you're not in our system. I said, well, how do you add a new, can't you just add a new address? No, we can't do that. I called back 2 different times, got the same story. I said, forget it. I said, you got your service sucks anyway. And they said, well, we got the best service in the area.
Oh, boy.
Said, yeah, that's only because you got the only service in the area. And hung up on it. Yeah, Frontier is there in my county, in Hampshire County, West Virginia, and it really is bad service. The phones are out half the time, and then the internet sucks. But that's all you have as far as a landline, you know. I'm a good pickle to get to try to get something from Kyle. Now, I've heard Chris talk about that the 2-cycle engines, you could put, what do you put in that to lubricate those engines, mix in with the oil and the gas? FR3, isn't it, or the stiction eliminator?
FR3.
Okay. Do you do it like just a normal amount for, like you would for the oil additive, for the mixed oil, the equivalent, or
Yeah.
how's that work?
Yeah, what you'd be doing is be treating the oil side of that. So it's best to blend the FR3 into the oil first at a 5% dosage, which breaks down to an ounce and a half per quart, and then blend with your fuel.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I've got 2 weed eaters. I would like to run some through and a couple chainsaws, in fact. All right. Well, thank you all, and I want to wish all the mothers out there a happy Mother's Day. and hope everyone has a wonderful weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Gilligan, have a great morning. All right. Somebody, I was looking over at the questions on the stream chat. What do you say there? If fame was the second keyword, what was the third, the bonus word? Now, fame was actually the bonus word. If you weren't with us earlier, you had great, like Tony the Tiger, great, G-R-E-A-T. And our first keyword this morning was payoff, as in pay off your loans if you win that $10,000 next Monday. All right, Kyle, we got about a minute left here. Any final words? Anything we haven't touched on? Or
I'll plug one more race that's coming up. I mentioned May 27th and 29th, we're heading up for the Great Lakes Big Rig Challenge at Onaway Speedway. That next week after I get back is going to be the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge in June 3rd to June 5th. That is what we like to refer to as the Super Bowl for diesels. And our Outlaw Diesel Super Series is now combined with that event. So it is quite a spectacle. It's held at Lucas Oil Raceway in Indiana, just outside of Indianapolis there. And it is an action-packed weekend. We've kind of talked about the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge in the past. It's invite only. 30 of the most amazing trucks in the world compete for 3 days, and it's just a gauntlet. They start the first day and they do a drag race for points. The second day, the trucks, they're like transformers. These guys will wrench on them all overnight to get them ready for the next day, change the setups and everything on them. So the second day they go out and they do a dyno pull. And then the third and final day, on Sunday, they hook to a sled and do a sled pull. So it's kind of a test of, you might have the fastest truck, that doesn't win it. You might have the best pulling truck, that doesn't win it. You might have the most horsepower on the dyno. It's kind of the best of all three. This is the event that really put Levon Miller on the map when he won it 3 years in a row.
Wow.
And we had Derek Rose, another one of our drivers, win it 2 years ago. Justin Ziegler won it last year, another one of our drivers. And if you recognize the name Derek Rose, he's back to try to get his title back this year. He's the one that this past weekend ran that 444 in his UCC truck. So everybody just can't wait to see what that truck does out there. And while all that's going on, it's the largest diesel performance expo in the country. There are just, dozens and dozens of vendors. We'll have a huge setup out there. The Outlaw Diesel racers are going to be racing at the same time when the UCC competitors aren't on the track. A little breaking news that we haven't really announced yet, but for those of you that are fans of Stacey David from TV, been on for years, we're bringing him up to film an episode of Stacey David's Gears at UCC. He'll be signing autographs in our booth. So we just have a lot planned, and that's what I'm doing that week after we get back from Onaway. So I got a 2-week run there, and it's just and it's always the biggest event of the year for diesels. So I recommend everybody look up the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge, and if you can make it out, that's one you don't want to miss.
All right, right there, we'll have to wrap it up because we're up against the clock. Hey, have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you back here Sunday night, Monday morning, get another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.